Hi, guys. Hello. We are just getting started. I'm going to close the door behind me. Can anyone in the chat, can someone confirm that you can hear me? Can hear and see you. Okay, welcome. So yeah, we're just getting started. Um, this is going to be a very, very long day. I'm probably going to be here for at least like 6 hours, probably seven, just answering questions and having fun with everyone. Probably at some point, I'll make myself some food, drinks, just whatever sustenance I need to keep going. Hi. And yeah, we are here in case you missed it. Whoa, that was crazy. We are here to raise money for an LGBTQ charity. So obviously, it is a very important political year, and as I'm sure some of you know, queer people and especially trans people are under huge duress right now in America. And I'm raising money today, all day, for the Rainbow Railroad, which is an organization that helps relocate LGBTQ people um, wherever they need to go to be safe, and also gives them money straight into their pockets, resources. They've helped over 45,000 people. And this is a very good organization that we can kind of trust to really allocate those funds well and help support these people who are in desperate need of safety. So please, please, please consider a donation. The only donations we've received so far are me just testing out the function. So if anyone else, I don't even know if anyone else can donate at this point because I haven't seen any other donations come in, but obviously we just started like 2 minutes ago. So um, please, I'm shaking the can. Yay! Oh my God, thank God. Bless you, Holly. My coworker just donated this money. But yeah, so we're gonna be hanging out. I'm gonna be answering questions. Making food and drinks. I can show you around my home, mess as it is, because we have some little kids staying with us, so it's a little bit more chaotic than usual. I'll whore out my dog, I'll whore out my husband. Everyone is, everything's fair game. Good morning, welcome to the live. I am here all day raising money for the Rainbow Railroad, which is an incredibly important organization that helps relocate and give financial assistance to queer people, LGBTQ people, trans people who absolutely need it right now. As I'm sure you guys know, it is a very, very, very complicated time for our queer friends, and especially here in America, trans people and especially trans women are under huge duress. They are being targeted. I mean, just the level of media misinformation and propaganda and harassment is just off the charts. So I'm here to hang out with you guys. And yes, please make sure if you donate that your company can match. Hi, everyone. If anyone has a question, please feel free to ask. I will give always priority to answering the questions of someone who has kindly donated $1 or $2. Anything counts. It's an extremely important organization. So the more generous you can afford to be, the better it goes to an amazing cause. Favorite Britney song? What is my favorite Britney song? Chris, thank you so much. King behavior. It also really helps to share the link to this live so other people can donate it. If you guys can't afford to donate anything right now, we certainly understand that here at TFD. So always just feel free to send it to someone who you think does have a little bit more change in their pockets. We are really trying to get to our first 1,000 as soon as possible to really keep the energy high. Okay, so favorite Britney song. What is my favorite Britney song? Probably Give Me More. I guess. Although there's not a Britney song that I don't like, really. Like anytime I'm out dancing and a Britney song comes on, I'm like, and a Britney song is on. I love it. So yeah. As a reminder, I am here answering all of your questions today to help raise money for LGBTQ people, to help relocate them, get them safe, put money in their pockets, helping raise money. If you cannot donate, that's no problem. But pass it along to someone who could. We are really trying to get a big donation to give to them today, because it is an election year. It's very difficult for everyone, but especially for our LGBT brothers and sisters and siblings, and especially our trans siblings right now. It is a really difficult and scary time. So the more attention and money we can bring, the better. But I have people here in the chat, so leave me a question, because I would love to answer it. And again, I will always give priority to the donation questions, but how did I get into smoking? How funny. I can't donate from YouTube for my region, but I've always been curious to know what language you and your husband generally speak. So I usually speak English and he speaks French. We sometimes do a mix. It depends. But a little bit of each, I would say, is the most accurate. How did I get into smoking? Someone handed me a cigarette. I mean, I don't remember, but also into smoking is crazy. Like, I don't smoke that often. I smoke some cigarettes now and again, a little bit more now that I'm in France. Anonymous, thank you so much. Please, Anonymous, if you have a question, it will go right to the top. Or if you want me to do something, your request will go right to the top. $20 is amazing. But yeah, I did not get into smoking as such, but I probably, if I had to guess, it probably started in my late teenage years, trying to impress a boy. What other reason is there ever to do anything when you're 19 years old? Who are you watching right now for potential presidential candidates? Woof. I mean, especially now that I'm a citizen of France too. Hi, Anonymous. Hi, Chelsea Valentine. Love the name. I'm having to watch 2 concurrent presidential debates and being donated to be locked into them too. Another donation. Yay. Thank God. Thank God, everyone. Who am I looking at? This is just a chance to do some real talk, I feel, because I have to be so honest. I'm so nervous because people are now floating AOC, and I would love to see an AOC presidency. I fear that she will lose in historically unprecedented ways of losing. I'm just so traumatized from the last 2 women who ran, and I feel incredibly anxious about her prospects. Gavin Newsom makes me despair deeply, but I fear that he might be slightly more electable, if only because he looks like a president on a TV show, and a lot of people make their decisions really superficially politically. And he's pretty social media friendly, savvy, whatever. But I also am just here's what I'm excited for after last election's debacle: a fucking primary. Can we get a primary going? What's even happening? I want to believe, I think that she has already been getting attacked enough from the left for compromising on a lot of issues that I just worry about her getting nitpicked to oblivion on the left, and then the right just being so propagandized against her for so long, that I just fear for her prospects. I want her to win, but I fear for her prospects. Also, I just think Americans are both sexist and racist kind of as a rule, a lot of the electorate. So she has a lot of strikes against her, fair or not as it may be. Okay, I'm going to answer Chelsea's question because she made a donation, and then I'm going to scroll back up and look at the other questions. As a reminder, if you would like your question or request to pop to the very top, please consider giving a donation. We are raising money today. I am live streaming all day to raise money for the Rainbow Railroad. It is an incredibly important organization helping LGBT people get to safety, get money and resources to relocate both in America, in Canada, and globally. This is a hugely important organization. They've helped over 45,000 people. They've been in operation for 20 years now. They do amazing, important work. And right now, LGBT people, and especially trans people and trans women, are under huge targeting politically, socially, and every dollar hugely counts to help keep people safe. Oh my gosh, 2 more donations just rolled in. We love to see it. We love to see it, guys. Thank you. Okay. All right. So what was Chelsea's question? Because she generously donated. What does your morning routine look like? I work around 5 or 5:30 every morning, so I wake up between 3 and 4, and I'm curious. So I don't have a morning routine because I don't get up until like when I'm in France, I get up between, I would say 9:30 and 10:30. And my morning routine is that I check my email. Well, I make my coffee, which I have to refresh because this is like disgusting. I let it get watered down. But I make my coffee. I check my email. I go in the pool and read a book. Usually I try to read at least 50 pages of my book. And then I do whatever. At home in New York, I probably get up between 8:30 and 9:30. And then I same thing, make coffee, check my emails. I really am just hugely not a morning person. I am an evening person, a night owl, an afternoon person, but yeah. Okay, I'm gonna go back up to the questions that I missed. Just got my emergency fund, but my dog's sudden health problems. How do I deal with the stress of the mounting costs? Trust me, I totally understand. I have a little pup myself and she's got some health considerations. So I've been there. I know it. I will just say that the most important thing to remember is that that is why you had an emergency fund, to have money for the things that are really important for you, and to be grateful to your former self that you had it, and to be kind to your former self, and to just focus on how great it was that you were able to do that for your dog, who is like family, as we know, without having to like put it on a credit card. That's what I would say. And just try to focus on rebuilding it. Okay. Will you do another video on Blake Lively and Justin Baldoni? Probably not, because everyone from every side of that issue got so mad at me last time. And I tried to be as like fair and even-handed as possible. To the people who have donated, if you have questions or requests or anything, please ask them. They will go right to the top, because I'm really trying to prioritize people who are donating, because the goal here today, I am being a little court jester all day so that we can raise a lot of money for a really important organization. Still got to vote in these midterms, and we'll see how badly Texas is going to interfere. I am so emotionally invested in James Tallarico right now. Charlotte, thank you so much. I do hope Nixon wins. And can we get a primary in Wisconsin? What do you think about the comments on the Blake Lively and Justin Baldoni video? Never in a million years did I think, by going out of my way to make like the most neutral possible video about that situation, that I would just end up upsetting all of them and getting everyone yelling at me from all sides of it. Like, it is just truly, the Blake Lively, Justin Baldoni situation is a more polarized situation than like any political race in this country. I'll tell you that. And that is what I've learned. What are your thoughts on Germans? I got my heart broken by a German woman and my mind's been on it recently. Spill the tea. Make me feel better. I don't know anything about Germans. I don't care that much for German food. I don't like techno music. I don't like Bauhaus design or brutalist architecture, which I know a lot of that's not their fault. Berlin got really wiped out in World War II, so they had no choice but to build it back up in concrete. But like, it's not my favorite. I just like don't identify a lot with that country. It's not my favorite, unfortunately. But I, again, don't really know it. I've been to Germany once, wasn't in love. I was in Berlin. That city is just profoundly not for me on many, many levels. But yeah, not a huge Germany stan. Okay. Give us some nice book recommendations. Sure. What kind of book? Be more specific about the type of book you're looking for, because I am trying to read a lot lately and I've read a lot of books that I really like. Also, I would love to get one more donation. It's been a few minutes since we've had one. As a reminder, LGBT people right now are really, really under attack and duress, especially trans people in this country. And we are raising money. The whole point we're here is to raise money for the Rainbow Railroad, which is an incredibly important organization that both helps LGBT people relocate and gives them cash assistance to help them get out of dangerous situations. They have helped over 45,000 people. They do amazing work. They've been super consistent. I will do for the next, I really want to push us to get to 1,000. So let me say this, the next $300 worth of donations, I will immediately match. So once we get to 677, I will go ahead and match that so we can get to 1,000. So please, please, please consider giving a donation. I know that money's tight for everyone, but it's hugely, hugely helpful. I'm doing a match as of right now. And again, if you can't afford to donate, please feel free to give this to someone who could. Yes, thank you. I try to be as helpful as possible in like an infomercial telethon sort of way. $5, yay! Thank you so much. If you have a question, I will absolutely answer it. Congratulations on your new job. Oops, something went wrong. No. Yes, please do. If you are not able to donate on this device, please try another one. Every kind you've been loving, preferably fiction. Some books I loved in fiction this year: Open Wide by Jessica Gross. I loved Writers and Lovers by Lily King. I loved Kin by Tayari Jones. I loved, what else have I loved? So many. Let me pull up, I have a highlight on my Instagram where I put books that I love. Some other things that I've loved recently: Too Soon by Betty Shamia, cult classic by Sloane Crosley. Yeah, there's just my favorite book that I read last year is The Bombshell by Darrow Farr. Yeah, those are some great books that I read. I read The Safe Keep this year, and I really, really loved it. Yeah, those are some good books. All right, I'm going to take you guys. My favorite book I've read so far this year is called Lake Effect by Cynthia Prick Sweeney, I think. Yes, please, Mrs. Puff, if it's within your ability, a donation is amazing. I'm mashing the next 300 so that we can get ourselves over the edge of 1,000. Because I'm going to be here for a very long time. So I'd love to get us to that first 1,000 on the quicker side so that, we're making some momentum. I'm going to take you guys into the kitchen. I'm going to refresh my coffee. We're going to be here for a very long time. So we're going to the kitchen because my coffee is like completely melted. Whoa, my hair's whoops, sorry guys. Almost dropped my computer. That was crazy. Okay, you guys are in my kitchen for a minute because I am going to make myself some coffee so I can stay caffeinated, not hydrated, caffeinated for this live. Sorry for the drop, everyone. I'm going to make myself a fresh coffee. As a reminder, we are here to fundraise for the Rainbow Railroad. There's a link in the description to learn more about what they do. They are an incredibly important organization. And again, I am doing, doesn't let me attach a question to a donation. Oh, okay. I'm not sure how that button works, but we'll have someone on the team look into it on the back end. It's hard for me to do it while I'm live streaming, but we'll have someone on our team look into that on the back end. But again, I'm matching the next 300 so we can get over that first $1,000 mark. So yeah. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Reminder, we are here to do a fundraiser. So if you have a few dollars to spare, it goes to an incredibly important cause. $5. Thank you so much. I'm going to be matching that. Okay, let me... do you have any tips or tricks for older adults who return to university and now regret it because of AI, drop out now and find 9 to 5, or commit since the loans and then get a 9 to 5? What are you studying at university? Thank you so much, Anonymous. And by the way, if anyone who's donated has a question, please go ahead and leave it in the chat and I will make sure to prioritize it. Yeah, what are you studying at school? Because that would probably help me answer that question. Be right back, y'all. Oh my God, we got some more donations. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Thank you guys. Yes, absolutely. To be visibly queer in the US and especially visibly trans in the US and trying to find a job or get housing or just navigate day-to-day life is becoming incredibly difficult. So that is why we selected this charity to partner with today. And I really want to get, even if I have to be on this live for truly 7 damn hours, I will raise that 15,000. As I said, if for whatever reason donating is not in the cards for you, totally get it. Maybe pass it along to someone who could donate and have them throw in a few bucks. And it's for 2 bachelors in computer science and environmental science. I mean, it's really hard to say, but I know that like, so my husband works in tech and I know that like that is the field that is being, you know, really, really heavily disrupted by AI. So I don't think you're wrong, but like, how far are you away from getting your degree and how much more debt would it be? That would be a question for me. Putting the ice tray back. That's funny. Are you watching an anime with your husband? No. Truth be told, I'm not an anime girl myself, but my husband's watching animes. I can ask him what he's watching. Marco? I think he might have gone upstairs, but when he comes back, I will ask him what anime he's currently watching. As a reminder for people who just joined, we are fundraising for the Rainbow Railroad, an organization that helps relocate queer people all over the world and in the US, and also gives them cash assistance. And I am currently doing a match up to the next 300 so we can get over that $1,000 mark sooner rather than later. I'd love to do that in the first hour. Yes, that is amazing, Suli. Yeah, I mean, the environmental field is really one I don't know hardly anything about, I have to be honest. $27K for me, 60K. That's how much you have left to spend, or that's how much you've already spent? I work in the AI regulation space for a major international bank. Just because AI itself isn't regulated doesn't mean the industry is trying to use it. Don't have to keep it in check within the laws. That's true. Do you have thoughts about the Hank Green AI use crash out? Not really. A lot of people have asked me about that, obviously, because we worked with them for so long and our channel used to be a production of their company. So we obviously know Hank and John quite well and the whole team over there. 1 second. Do I have thoughts? I mean, no, in the sense that like I can see both sides of the situation. And I do like, I've, even in speaking, really kind of trying to be as moderate as possible about AI on the channel, and trying to, neither engage in like boosterism nor just like kind of plugging your ears and pretending nothing is happening. There's been a very strong visceral reaction from certain parts of the audience, so I understand that it's like very difficult to have a nuanced conversation about it. That being said, when you build your reputation in the education space, and a lot of that hinges on academic rigor and honesty and research and all of that, I think that sets you to an extremely high standard. I can see both sides is all I can say about it. But I just generally personally, I really don't like weighing in on anything when it's about like a person that I know in real life, because I think and also someone that I've worked with. And the truth is that Hank has been incredibly fair to us personally in all of our dealings, way more financially fair than most, people in media. So that obviously weighs on what I would or wouldn't say about a situation, because that's my experience. So I think it's just very complicated. But I also think that more broadly speaking, the outsized outrage that people on the left or people who are trying to be progressive receive as a result of making mistakes or missteps or doing something wrong, they get piled on 10 times more than people who are not on the left or who are not progressive. And I think that can sometimes feel really exhausting and unfair. And so, yeah, it's tough, but those are kind of my overall thoughts. Also, we have not had a donation in a while, and I will keep answering questions, but I'm just really worried about us getting over that $1,000 mark in the first hour. It's really important to me, just so we can have a lot of momentum. So as a reminder, if you have a few dollars to spare, anything helps. It is huge. But questions appear with $2 if it's a super chat, not a donation. Oh, yeah, it's with a super chat, but any dollars help. But this is an incredibly important organization, especially right now, because queer people and especially trans people are really under duress, and relocating people, giving them cash assistance, helping them set up is some of the most important work happening right now. This organization has helped over 45,000 people. Thank you so much, Tiny Love Bug. Has helped over 45,000 people. It is really doing the work. The money is going to people, and they've been around for 20 years now and counting. Cannot stress enough that this is a really, really, really important organization to give to. I'm matching up to the next 300. Once we get to 700, I'm going to go ahead and donate 300 so that we can get right over that hump to $1,000. Okay. I would probably cut your losses about the college question. I don't unless you feel that you have a very strong pathway towards employment that will not only employment period, but also employment that is significant enough to offset the costs of the debt that you're going into. I do think this could be potentially a sunk cost fallacy situation. Obviously, I don't know your exact situation, so I don't want to overly assume, and I can't give you hard and fast advice because I don't know all the details. But I really, really would encourage you to be very cautious about every dollar you spend. Thank you so much. Thank you. Hold on, I'm opening up the window. It's so hot in here. I'm messaging a few people I know personally to yell at them to donate. Okay. I think it's a witch hunt and catharsis is wrong what he has done, but also the wrong has degrees to it and why the internet is not giving him a chance to redeem himself. Is that what's happening? Or is he not getting a chance to redeem himself? To be perfectly honest with you, I haven't really followed this very closely because it makes me frankly uncomfortable to watch like internet drama about someone I know and have worked with. Because I just feel like these conversations always like completely lose nuance and become very, very toxic. What would I choose for my last meal? You don't have to donate, but I would love for one more donation to come in before I answer some more questions because I would really love to see more money going to the Rainbow Road or Railroad organization because it is an incredibly important one, especially right now that's doing hugely important work. What is my last meal? I think I would probably start with a martini with blue cheese stuffed olives, vodka martini with blue cheese stuffed olives, a little bit of vermouth. And I would have xiaolongbao for an appetizer and maybe a pretty simple but crisp salad, maybe like a fennel salad or an endive salad. This is chaos, but I watch my last meal too, and I feel like it's always all over the place, so mine's all over the place, but these are just like my favorite things. Thank you so much, Anonymous. You have no idea how much you have healed my soul seeing $50 come in because these donations are a little dry today. Thank you so much. This is going to a really, really important cause. What would I have for my main course? My husband's late grandmother's roast chicken with garlic and probably whipped potatoes. And thank you so much, Vika Solja. And maybe green beans almondine, and with that, a glass of Morgon red wine. And then for dessert, probably a chocolate layer cake with chocolate buttercream and I'm going to say something psycho here, maybe a glass of milk, honestly. Thank you so much, Suli. Okay. Do you want to make a video about Amber Heard? Not particularly. I just unfortunately, I do feel like those stories that have gotten so no, I know, but I'm just saying, spacing out your donation. I was just saying thank you about that. But I just think that there's there are a few stories that have gotten so toxic and so polarized online that as I learned with the Justin Baldoni Amber Heard thing, you can almost not even touch it without getting vitriol. And especially on multiple sides of the issue. And I really felt when, again, we took a lot of care to make sure that the Amber Heard, Justin Baldoni video, oh my God, thank you, $100. We're so close to 700. We need 130 more, and then we're at 700, and then I'm gonna put in 300. Oh, we're getting even closer. Just a reminder, when we get to 700, I'm putting in another 300 so that we can push ourselves over the edge and be over $1,000. So please consider giving a couple dollars to the Rainbow Railroad. And if you have any questions about the organization, I'm no expert, but I did read up a ton on it too, and our company all voted on it, so we all learned about it to raise money for them today. But yes. Okay. What is the biggest prioritizing Voltarion? Because she donated. Thank you again so much. What's the biggest project in your French home that you're most excited or doing next? We still have a lot of like basic stuff that needs to get done. Like we have a lot of like hanging light bulbs that need lampshades. So like just like finishing basic stuff, honestly. That is like totally, absolutely, Citron, you are the type of person that we are doing this for, right? So the last thing I expect you to do is to also be giving out of your pocket right now. And I hugely just like so appreciate you even being in this fundraiser, because even just having people in the live stream helps make it more visible and helps get more people into the chat. So do not feel the need to apologize. And again, it's really actually very nice to have someone in the chat who may one day be, using their service. And, that's exactly why we're doing this. Thank you, Anonymous, for another $20. We are now officially less than $100 away from that $700 goal, at which point I will add that 300 so that we're getting ourselves over the edge to that first $1,000. Hugely, hugely, hugely helpful. This organization is, again, doing really, Voltarion, thank you. Oh my gosh. All right. Well, let me go in and do my little donation. All right. Other 100 euros. Well, it'll be a little more than 100. Confirm. Put this on. Oops, not 100. I meant 300. 1 second. One second, guys. I'm making a donation. It's a card. Thank you so much. Another donation. Now they're rolling in, finally. Thank you so much. Right. Go through. Oh, it's making me verify it's me. Hold on, guys. Oh, I have to turn on my American SIM so that Bank of America can be like, is this you, girl? Hold on. I'm doing this right now so that I can make the donation and put us over the edge. All right, waiting for the confirmation number to come through. Waiting for my Bank of America code to come through. Still hasn't come through. I had to reactivate my American SIM card. Let me take my first sip of coffee. This is what happens every single day. I make myself a big coffee and then I completely forget to drink it. Hold on. Okay, let me hold this by the window. It's like not coming through. Okay, I got my code. All right. Okay, did that work? Okay, yay! It registers me as anonymous, but that was me. Yay! We're over 1,000. Yay! Okay, woo! I feel better now that we're over that first 1,000. That truly makes me feel a lot better. Now I can lock back into these comments. I don't know why it lists me as anonymous. That's so interesting. Okay. Ooh, I just got my company to match my donation. That's amazing. Yes. Also, if you are donating or know someone who is, please see if your company will match it, because it's a tax write-off for your company. So this is a registered charity. So yeah. Okay. The 2020s have really made me really sad for seeing so much backlash and for the state to be so hostile, but also seeing so many allies stand 10 toes down. We will always stand 10 toes down for our LGBT and especially for our trans friends in this house. We take it very, very seriously. Right now, it is just absolutely staggering the amount of propaganda and backlash that is being used against queer and especially trans people to get people to fearmonger them into voting Republican. And it's like, I feel like I've gotten to a point now where I'm seeing a lot of anti-trans rhetoric, even from like other people who are theoretically very progressive. And I'm just like, what is going on? Like, it's getting very, very weird. It is getting very weird out here. We have not seen any movies in theaters. There's only one really little theater in town. And it's not, one thing I will say is like, that is something America does right, is movie theaters. Like, I need my movie theater. Like, the movie theater here doesn't even have AC. Like, I need it to be crispy cold. I need a giant soda. I need a popcorn covered in that disgusting fake butter. I need that salt. I need a bunch of crunch or some Junior Mints. And I need to just be like locked in my giant recliner, my like lazy boy. So I'm like very much looking forward to going back to the movies once we're back in the States, but I'm definitely not going to like overly prioritize going to the movies here. In Paris, it's better because you have like proper movie theaters, but even then, like, their popcorn doesn't have the fake butter. Also, I want my Coke Freestyle machine. Someone was like, I forget who said this, but they were like, the absolute apex of capitalist innovation is the Coke Freestyle machine at the AMC movie theater. And they're right. That is like, everything was leading to that. And that is the highest level we can get. I'm going to go throw on a little bit of dry shampoo because my hair is just like, I'm sweating. It is really humid today. It's like the most humid day that we've had so far. I'll be back in 1 minute. I would be beyond delighted if the number of our fundraiser had slightly increased by the time I get back. I'll be right back. Has the number slightly increased? It has! Yay! Thank you so much. But this can't just all be our dear friend Voltarion. We must also, Taryn, obviously, I want to make sure I'm remembering. I sometimes have trouble associating usernames with people, but Taryn, right? Please confirm. But yay, another $5. Thank you, thank you. So yeah, we're getting up there. At 2,000, we're gonna have a Mona cameo. So let's get the donations going in the chat specifically to get Mona in here. And I'm gonna touch up my FOSS because there's little else for me to do on this live stream. And my face is melting clean off. So everyone, we're get a GRWM for the price of just a regular live stream. Okay. Oh, that's interesting. It's probably, it probably just like varies country to country, their laws on the donations. But thank you for trying. I'm a frozen cocoa and reserve them for the movies. I am also a frozen cocoa. Yeah, VPN would probably let you do it. Would I ever interview Luigi Mangione? Of course I would. I don't think that's in the cards for a variety of reasons, but surely I would. Who wouldn't? What time is it where you live? 2:15 in the afternoon. We're 6 hours ahead of Eastern time as a rule. Except a few times throughout the year during daylight savings when we are 5 hours ahead, which is always a little nicer for us here. I had a great time when I was chicken crab. Lots of what is that? What is that, Chelsea? It's 7 a.m. in Chicago. Yeah, I mean, not to quote a very old meme, but fucking time zones, how do they work? Hi, also from Chicago. Hello. If you have any friends who have a little free cash to throw around and want to support a very, very important LGBT cause, throw them this link, please. We want to get people up and donating. Good morning from California. It is early as hell where you are, so thank you for joining this. What do I think of Abdul El Sayed? I mean, the great Michigander hope, no? I'm incredibly charmed and inspired and delighted by his campaign and his success. Technically the North Shore. Ooh, we got another donation, $5. Thank you. If you have a question or something you want me to do, go ahead and throw it in and I will prioritize it because I'm trying to prioritize people who are giving. As a reminder, we are here today. The whole reason for this interminable live stream, I'm going to be on probably for 7 hours today. The whole reason that we are here is to raise money for the Rainbow Railroad, which is an incredibly important nonprofit that goes directly to help relocate and give cash assistance to LGBT people, trans people, both in the US and outside of the US, around the world. And they have been doing this for 20 years. They have helped over 45,000 people. They are an incredible organization. And right now, I don't know if you've seen, but among many things that are under attack right now, LGBT people and especially trans people are hugely under attack, hugely being propaganda, like so much propaganda around them. And also like they're being used as an on-ramp to get people to vote Republican and to get people on board with some crazy stuff politically. So we want to not only raise money for this incredibly important cause, but we also want to be very sure that we are always as a channel standing first and foremost with our queer community, especially our trans community, and we are never ever throwing them under the bus. We got a big donation coming in. Hell yeah. What currency is this? Mockingjay City, out of curiosity. I don't recognize that currency symbol. All the way from the Philippines. Hi, thank you for tuning in from the Philippines. Because people like socialism, young Pootie. People love, Filipino pesos. Okay, cool. Well, thank you so much. I just learned a new currency symbol. I'm an AOTA regulator. No one wants to see me ever, let alone in person. LMFAO, that's hilarious. I will say, Taryn, if you are willing to share this fundraiser with any of your colleagues who might be cool and also have some of that sweet, sweet tech money to throw this way, we love people sharing this fundraiser because we really, really, really want to put it in front of as many people as possible who might have a few dollars to spend and to get them to donate $1 here and there. It would really, really, really help. We had a big push there for a little bit that got us over 1,000, but we could definitely stand to do another push right now. So we can hopefully, I really, really want to get to 15,000 today. I don't know how, I'm going to keep the faith. I'm going to will this into being true. I'm going to manifest this, but I definitely, the more people that we can get this in front of to potentially donate, the better it will be. But yeah, young Pootie people love socialism and they want to stop spending every dollar that could possibly have gone to a productive or helpful cause in America on fucking pointless forever wars and Israel. Like, I think most people are kind of on the same page about that. Do you think Bobby Kennedy's death was the moment that ultimately put US on the path to Trump? Why do you say that, Michaela? I'm not familiar with that lore. Do you think being in a stable romantic relationship helps one be more financially stable sooner? I only met my husband in my mid-30s, and he really helped me be responsible and start saving. For sure. Although I would say a relationship is really it's a gamble, right? Because a good relationship will put you way ahead of the curve, but a bad relationship will have you way worse off than if you were just single and solo. So I definitely think it's a gamble, right? And I think that's part of the reason why more and more women, as they have their own financial, independence, are choosing to. Thank you, Suli. Keeping the live open immensely helps. Are choosing to remain solo. For sure. I'm going to open up our company Slack. I want to see if I can get more people in. I mean, yeah, Michaela, it sounds like you really that sounds like a pretty viable theory to me, I would say. I mean, it's hard to say. I mean, I think a lot of really bad roads lead back to Reagan for sure. But beyond that, I think, how we got to Reagan is also part of the question, right? I recently availed myself of a retirement plan, trying to be more mindful with how do I financially, especially down the road. 10 pounds. Thank you so much. It's been a while since we've gotten a donation, so that really warms my heart. I'm like, honestly starting to be a little bit anxious that we won't meet our goal, or even get close to it, which would really, really make me cry, honestly. But I will leave this live stream up forever if I have to, because I just really, really, really want to make sure that we raise this money. Yeah, makes sense. Do you have a dream vacation destination? I mean, it's really where I live. Like, I've always wanted to come here every summer, and now I do. To the south of France. Does it make sense to stop contributing to my retirement? It could, yeah. It depends on your interest rates. It depends on your options for debt consolidation and or balance transfer cards. I would hesitate to give specific advice without knowing the specifics of your debt versus retirement situation. But on average, the most important thing to do when financially shoring yourself up is to get rid of as much high interest debt as possible. What's your favorite dish to cook? Is there something that you make two or three times a week? Some staples that are always going on in my house: my chicken meatballs, lemon potatoes, both of which I have recipes for on my TikTok, cucumber salad, $2. Thank you so much. Those are big ones. I recently started making this one cake that I do variations on. Ooh, you got a little peek of Mona, but we're not going to get a full Mona cameo until we get to that $2,000 mark. Have you gifted a CD? No, I have not. Why do you think Rowling went so anti-trans? Who knows why anyone goes the reactionary route? It's probably a combination of factors. But she seems, I mean, listen, anyone who spends that much of their time, money, and energy being so just truly vicious towards one of the most vulnerable groups of people on the planet is just so mind-boggling to me. Like, bitch, you're a billionaire. Like, go, like, you could be having a 24/7 yacht party. Like, you could do anything in the world and you want to be doing this? Like, I'm sorry, but like fucking like smoke a joint, watch a movie, have a dinner party. Like, what is going on? $5, £5. Thank you. Yes. Um, I should say also we're raising money for the Rainbow Railroad and for our international friends. Yes, the Rainbow Railroad operates in the US and Canada, but it also helps relocate and give cash assistance to LGBTQ plus people all around the world. In all different areas, who are seeking asylum status, who are in refugee status, who have to leave extremely dangerous, violent, life-threatening situations. They also help with relocations even within the country. Heart Trans Lives is exactly right. Like, I don't think a lot of people understand like how dire queer life has become in so many parts of the world, but even in so many parts of the US. Like, the variation state to state on how safe or unsafe a person is wild. In New York City, for example, New York City is actually consistently ranked one of the safest cities for trans people globally. It's ranked above many European cities. It just like for a variety of factors, especially with Mamdani in office, like it is one of the better places to be. But New York, compared to other places in America, it's like it might as well be two different countries, right? Because there's just no there's just no consistency, and the legislation is so different, the resources are so different, the medical coverage is so different, and especially when you're talking about trans people specifically, there's often a huge medical cost and component involved. So the cash assistance, it's not just about relocation, it's also about giving cash assistance and mutual aid. Again, this is the Rainbow Railroad, which is what we are raising money for here today. As I said, I'm like a little nervous that donations have been quite slow today. And I'm going to like get emotional a little bit because like, I feel like, especially like in, the population is so small, right? And I feel like, do people just not care? Do people like think that it's not, an urgent issue because you maybe don't know someone in this situation? Like, so many people in the world, but also in this country, are just struggling immensely right now. And, everything is being called into question. Their rights to even, to be protected from housing discrimination, job discrimination, their right to marriage, their right to be a family, like all of these things are back in question. And, the work that this organization is doing is so important. And, I really want to stress that, like, I totally understand that some people cannot necessarily donate for financial reasons. And I totally understand that, although I would highly encourage you to send it to someone in your life that you think might be able to. But if you can spare a few dollars, like, it is such an important organization, and they have helped over 45,000 people either relocate or get set up in their new location or just be infused with cash assistance. And I'm going to do another match once we get closer to the 2,000 mark. I did a match to get us over the 1,000. I'm going to keep donating as well on my end, but I really just want to stress that, like, this is why we're here today. And, just because you don't necessarily know someone who's in this situation does not mean it's not like an incredibly dire situation for a lot of people. And yeah, that's all. Is it gender? Oh, we love Rochester. Yay, €5, a fellow Euro donator. We love to see it. Yay. This is very, very, like, every time I see a little donation come through, like, my heart is just like, thank God, because, I mean, you never know what people are going to respond to. And it's, when you do a live stream, you're just like, I hope people show up. I hope people give some money. And of course, if you donate, thank you, Cinnamon Cheesecake. If you donate, please feel free to ask a question and I will prioritize it. Can you share a healthy way to choose a percent for leisure spending? I feel like more is more sometimes. I like the pay yourself first method where you allocate all of your savings, investment, etc. goals. And then once you get once that is all done, what's left over is kind of yours to spend as you will. That's the method that I prefer. Oh my gosh, thank you. What SEK? What currency is that? Thank you, Taryn. Thank you again so much for your donations and have a good work day. Thank you, thank you, thank you. What is SEK? Yes, and if you cannot donate on your phones, which a lot of people are saying, you can donate from a laptop. So if you just pull up a laptop, you should be able to successfully donate. Okay, I'm gonna go get some water. I desperately need a little bit of water. $20, hell yes, hell yes. We're over $1,200, thank God, thank God. We're over 1,200. Thank you so much. Thank you. I'm gonna go grab some water and maybe like some crackers or something because I need like, even though I'm not hungry because I'm like so anxious from hoping people donate, I need to get a little nourishment in my system. So I'm gonna get some water. I'm gonna get a little bit of something to snack on, and we're at $1,208 out of our $15,000 goal. I really, really, really hope when I get back that's a little bit higher. That would make my day. But I will be right back, and you guys do as you will in my absence. Whew. Yay, more donations. Thank you so much. Oh my God, Mona, was she walking around? That's too funny. I said 2,000, but it may take us a while to get there, so I'll bring her in to say hello and boost the morale. Mona, will you come say hello? Oh, she's on the move. She's on the move. Hold on, let me grab her. That's my baby. Hi, guys. Yes, thank you so much to the person who's suggesting to use a VPN. That does make a huge difference for people who are donating from different regions where it may not be set up through YouTube. Does she understand French? She does. She's a bilingual baby. Oh. Hi, everyone. Welcome. We are here for those who are just joining. We are doing a fundraiser for the Rainbow Railroad, which is an extremely important nonprofit that is raising money specifically to help queer people, trans people, etc., to relocate safely, to set themselves up in their new locations. It gives them cash assistance. It just helps our LGBT friends who are heavily under attack right now and are being heavily propagandized and are having their rights taken, especially in different states in the US and also around the world. So for our friends who are joining outside the US, the Rainbow Railroad operates all over the world. It is a global organization, so it helps people within the US, but it also helps people in all different countries. Thank you so much, Anonymous, for $20. We are slowly ticking our way up. I'm going to do another match once we get close to that $2,000 mark to get us over the edge. We are now at just over an hour of live stream, and we've raised a little over $1,200, which is very, very exciting because I am really hopeful that we'll come at least close to our goal, but it's, anyone's guess. We're also, in the depths of August. So I think a lot of people might be on vacation or may just not be in a financial place to donate, which is totally understandable. As a reminder, I am here to answer any questions you might have, to really talk about anything you want to talk about. And yeah, I will, I'm here at your disposal. And if you donate, I will always prioritize the donor questions or requests. Messaging someone back who's messaged me. There's an understandable population decline. How much do you think financial goals are pushing baby media? I don't know what that means. Can you rephrase the question? Is there another language you'd like to learn? I find it impressive that you speak English, French, and Spanish. I would like to learn Arabic, but it has fallen a little bit to the bottom of my to-do list, to be perfectly honest with you. So we'll see how realistic that is in the next year or so. Swedish krona, yay, love from Malmo, Sweden. I love you. Thank you so much. I believe it is our queen, Zara Larsson, who's Swedish. So now there's two Swedes I love. How have friendships evolved in your life as you grew up? As a child-free person, have you lost friendships as people got ahead or had children? Hold on. Thank you so much. 10 euros, $20, Canadian dollars. Yay. Hi. But yeah, I've had a few people I've lost touch with, but never out of any kind of malice or genuine out. It was just more we kind of evolved our separate ways. That's also happened with people who didn't have children. You know what I mean? So there was, I don't think it's always about kids or no kids. We have my co-founder Lauren here, who some might know, another 20, yay! And she has two kids and they're here right now. I mean, they're out on a little day trip, but I have plenty of friends who've had children and they've become even closer, if anything. Oh my gosh, we're finally on a little bit of a roll with donations. Thank God, guys. We are here to fundraise for the Rainbow Railroad. We are fundraising for LGBT people in the US and globally to help relocate them, to give them cash assistance, mutual aid, help get them set up in their new locations. They are also an advocacy group, so they advocate on policy, they do research, they help push forward LGBTQ IA plus legislation and protections, legal protections. And this is especially important right now in the US as it pertains to the trans community, which is under heavy attack and duress. And so every dollar that we're giving, it goes straight to this organization, which has helped over 45,000 individuals and is just an incredibly important organization. I cannot stress enough, if you have a little bit of money to spare, what the work that they are doing is so important. And there's not that many organizations that operate at the scale that they do to be able to help the number of people they do. But a lot of people don't know about it. I'm going to go grab my coffee. I'm setting up here because my Wi-Fi wasn't good enough in the office. I'll be right back. Oh my gosh. Wait, hold on. I'm going to get to the question. How might you handle tracking finances? I'll get to that in a second. Anita's here. Oh my God. Hello, Anita. I want to donate through my DAF. I can do so and tell you the amount. Can it count toward your goal today? So yes. Well, you can donate directly to the organization through a DAF, and they have a portal for it. It can't, as far as I know, though, it can't go through the YouTube fundraiser. So that would be separate. Unfortunately, no. The only thing that will go to our fundraising goal on YouTube is the ones that go through the actual YouTube portal. And that's what gets bundled up and sent to them at the end of the live stream. However, if you prefer to donate through a DAF, totally understandable. And they have a portal to do that on their website. But it's, unfortunately, they don't have the infrastructure, as far as I'm aware, on YouTube. YouTube doesn't have the best infrastructure, period. How do you handle tracking finances and making them dealing with multiple currencies? Yeah, unfortunately, you just kind of got to be a little manual about it. Although there are also other portals that will be pretty helpful. Like a lot of brokerages are good about multiple currencies. I just donated. Thank you, Calla Lacey. Can you talk about the window treatment in your other room? I love it. It's beautiful. Which window treatment? I'm not sure which window treatment you're referring to be honest with you. Can you be any more specific? I have not seen Sense8. I don't even know what that is. Economic decisions and social progress have allowed more freedom when we're the child. My question is if you have seen visible media changes in pro-baby freezer eggs. I mean, yeah. I mean, people are like desperately trying to get women to have kids, and they're not doing it. Thank you again, Vicus Soldier. Yeah, I think unfortunately there's a huge industry has cropped up around the fact that like women aren't having children the way they used to, especially women who are higher earning, higher educated, all of that. Like it's just not, they're not having kids the way they used to. You're so welcome. You're so welcome. We're happy to do it. As a trans guy who used to live in a red state and fled to a blue one, this charity means a lot to me. Do you have trans male friends, Chelsea? One of my absolute closest friends is a trans woman, and we work with a few trans people here at TFD. And I have, I would say, more acquaintances, a few either non-binary or trans male, but my close friends are, one of my very closest friends is a trans woman. She hopefully will be popping into the live stream later today to do a little chat. But yeah, non-binary, I guess, is the other major one. But I mean, I guess through just like moving in, socializing in LGBT spaces in New York, you sort of start to meet a little bit of everything and, kind of expand your worldview through that. And that's part of what really opened my mind to just the dire discrepancies between the outcomes and fate of an LGBT person, and especially a trans person, depending on genetic lottery and where you happen to be born and where you happen to live. And going from a blue state or a red state to a blue state can be just as significant as going from one country to another. So yes, gotta head off to work. I tried really hard to donate. Do not worry, Miss Puff. You're one of the people that this charity is for. So I do not at all expect you to be donating. We got some more donations. Hell yeah. This is very, very hopeful to see more donations coming through. We love to see it. The work of Galvax Oxlade. She has 2 personal finance reality shows. No, I have not. I've never heard of her. Basic idea was take someone a couple in a lot of debt and give them challenges over a month with the chance to win $5,000 at the end. Recommend to anyone interested in reality TV. Okay, noted. Yeah, I had never even heard of a personal finance reality show, so that's pretty cool. You have a favorite fashion brand? I think probably the one I shop most consistently, especially secondhand, but like these are from the brand Secondhand, is Veronica Beard. But like most mid-tier brands or like accessible luxury brands, I think they're really overpriced for what they are. So I try to buy it either on sale or secondhand. $100. Oh my gosh. Thank you, Anita. This is amazing. 3 figures. It's been a while since we've seen that. Woo! We're going to be here for such a long time. So this really has made my day to see a 3-figure donation come through and a 5 one as well. We're not turning our nose up at $5. That is really, really, really inspiring and helpful and amazing. Ooh, that makes me feel good. Okay. All right. Lots of other episodes on YouTube now. Okay. 15 euros. That's almost $20, or maybe it is $20. Who knows? Thank you again. The Missing J.J. Macfield and the Island of Memories. Okay, I'm looking that up. Ooh. This looks like something my husband would like. He loves anime and RPGs. I don't know if this is an RPG. I'll be honest, I don't know much of anything about video games. What's a good transitional phrase for letting coworkers know your pronouns? They, she, who keeps being called he. Does anyone from the queer/trans community have a good answer for Jessica's question? Because that is really not my area of expertise. I'm here to be a supporter, help raise money, use my platform, but I can't really speak on the practicalities of navigating the workplace in that aspect. So if anyone has some good advice, maybe Mrs. Puff or one of our other trans friends who's joined us in this live. Does Mona have any dog buddies? Mona's kind of a lone wolf in that regard. She is very skeptical of other dogs. She occasionally likes them, but for the most part, she keeps a wide berth. Let me go get her. Mona. Oh, well, I'm not going to bother you if you're hiding. I am going to get my water, though. Thoughts on changing careers in your mid-30s, where he and I are recorded. I mean, it's better to change your career in your mid-30s than your mid-40s. I'll say that. How does Mona do with the transatlantic flights? Very well, but we're trying to minimize them for her. So we're going forward. We're really just trying to do 1 round trip a year. Cause she's not a young buck. She's going to be 12 in 2 months. It's not so young for a dog. So, I want to make sure that she's as healthy and happy as can possibly be. Yeah, it is a good degree. I will say that. Recommendations for French novels. I don't read French novels. I read all my books in English because although I'm obviously fluent in French, I just don't enjoy reading in French because written French is pretty hard, but also I have a really hard time getting immersed in any kind of novel if it's not my native language. So hold on. I've heard you say that women who live in homes their boyfriends own should not pay toward the mortgage. Can you expand on that? I'm just very wary of women building up a man's equity because, I mean, he's essentially like profiting off of you in terms of the long-term value of the place. And he's essentially your landlord. I just think it's like not a super healthy dynamic. It's not something I would support, but I mean, ultimately everyone knows their own situation best and it's up to them to make the right decisions for them. Okay. I'm very blunt, so my jobs, I would just say, don't call me that. Sometimes I'd drop the please if I didn't like their initial attitude. Lol. Just pronouns question. I changed my pronouns on Zoom and email signature first. I also have close colleagues. Nice. My question for you. I love the movie with Cate Blanchett and Judi Dench. I watched it last year and I was like, how did it take me this long to watch this movie? I freaking love that movie. And I actually say, I like to say that Notes on a Scandal boldly asks the question, which is it worse to be a predator or a lesbian? Because the way that they portray Judi Dench's character and Cate Blanchett's character respectively in that movie, I'm like, wow, they are very boldly being like, these are both evil, crazy bitches, and sort of puts them on a very even footing. And I'm like, okay, I know that Judi Dench is like not a likable character and she's certainly problematic in her own ways in this movie, but can we run it back and discuss what Cate Blanchett was doing in this movie? It's kind of a crazy story when you really peel it back. And I think it definitely speaks to like being from a slightly different time. Which book has made you laugh out loud recently? Honestly, I don't know if this is just me, but books don't make me lol very much. Like not genuine lols. One author who always consistently makes me lol though is Bill Bryson, who's a travel writer. I think that his work is just really, really, really good for actual laugh out loud moments. I also really thought Cult Classic by Sloane Crosley had a lot of good lol moments. Guys, I don't want to be a bummer in here, but it's been like a little while since we've had a donation. And I'm so happy to spend all day just like yapping with you guys, genuinely. But I also do want to remind that we are here to raise money for an extremely important organization that is working right now in America and across the globe to help relocate and set up LGBTQ trans people who are fighting for legislation, who are giving cash assistance to these people who really, really need it, who are in extremely unsafe situations. We've had several people just in this live chat who've been in similar situations, who've had to move locations, move states, move countries. Please, 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 please consider giving even just a couple bucks or passing this fundraiser along to someone who could give a couple bucks. It is, you know, I'm going to be in it for the long haul. And it's really, I'm going to try my absolute best to raise all 15,000 on this stream, but it's going to be really, really hard to do that if no one's donating. So every time it's been a while without a donation, I have to sort of shake the can and be like, guys, please, please. They have helped over 45,000 people. They are an incredible, incredible organization doing super important work, very economically driven work. And we need to do all we can to raise this money. So please, if you've considered donating, please at least give a couple dollars. I really want to see at least one more donation come in. This is awful. I read Rejection by Tony Tulatamute, I think. I don't know how you pronounce it exactly, but it wasn't my favorite book, I'll say that. How'd you learn French? I started learning really young. My grandmother spoke French. Yes, thank God. 2 donations. Jamson 1826, user 55717. You are both my best friends, my siblings. Anonymous, $25. My God, that is anonymous. That is my best friend right there. That is my mother. That is my sibling. That is my cousin, my bestie. Love, 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 love. Thank you so, 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 so much. Okay, I'm gonna go put this live stream on our main page so that I can like remind more people that we're doing this, because I feel like a lot of people may not even realize that we're doing this. Putting this on our community page. Sorry, everyone. Hold on, let me do a quick photo to put on the community page. Well, that's horrible pictures, but I'm so sweaty. Okay, we'll use that one. Good enough. Good enough. That is the motto of the day. Good enough. Have I gotten any donations? Oh my God, you guys. I got 2 more donations. Hell yes. Yes, it is the attack on trans women is also used to. Not my millennial selfies. That's embarrassing. Lol. It's true though. What can I say? I am a millennial and I take a millennial selfie. All right, posting this. Whoa. Okay. Done. Posted. $111. Oh my God. This is the nicest thing I've ever come back to. Thank you so, so much. This is absolutely huge. Thank you so, so much. Okay, let me. Okay, hold on one sec. I'll be right there. Okay. So we're getting close. We're at 1,600. Oh, we're at $1,701. Oh my gosh. Sorry. I'm just trying to do a little stuff on the back end because the rest of the team is not quite logged on yet because it's just 9 a.m. on the East Coast. Yes, VPN will allow you to do it. Okay, so people have been asking questions and donating. Let me get back into that. Okay, angel numbers, hell yeah. If you're on the phone, it's on the right. Otherwise, it's right at the bottom of the video. Okay. Best and worst things about Taylor Swift. Donate. Yes, donate. Best and worst things about Taylor Swift. Best thing about her, some of her music. I love a lot of her music. Worst, her vibes. I don't know. Like I just like the whole post Travis Kelce. I'm like, what is going on? Like this is just it's so like Disney big box store coded. It is just not for me. Okay. Reedy from India, love your channel. So nice to meet you. Yes, a VPN will allow you to donate. I was wondering why this was so early because I'm in France. I'm in France. I just batched my. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Anita. $200 is amazing, and it will help hugely. And we're going to be here all day, so feel free to pop back in and say hello. Hopefully, we'll be significantly closer to our goal by the time you loop back around. Have a wonderful day. Thank you so much, Anita. We're all such fans of you here at TFD and in our community. Can you speak your 3 languages in one sentence? I will speak a language. Thank you, Scarlet Thunder. Thank you, Anonymous. I will speak a language, or I will speak a sentence or a paragraph in all 3 languages combined if someone donates, or if we get over $50 in donations. It doesn't have to be from one person. We can just, and then I will speak in all 3 languages at once. Bless me. Building LinkedIn. I don't use LinkedIn, so I wouldn't know. Our team runs it for me because they're better at doing it than I am. Thank you. A little silly, but have you looked into astrocartography and France? I have, and I remember it not being on mine, but here I am. Okay, we have $5. We need 45 more, and I will speak all 3 of my languages at once. You will see me speaking English, French, and Spanish at once in one paragraph, and it will be going to an extremely important organization that is doing hugely important work. Yes, I have seen Umbrellas of Cherbourg. Hell yeah. Okay, Anonymous, thank you. All right, so we're gonna try and do this. So this is gonna be really hard. I don't know why I agreed to do this, but it is. You're so welcome. I'm so happy to be raising money. Okay. Yay. Thank you. Okay. So I'm going to try de parler les 3 langues que je parle porque tengo ya un nivel suficiente para hablar en los 3. And also because on est en train de faire un fundraiser, une levée de fonds, je ne sais pas comment ça se dit en français d'ailleurs, y es bastante importante hacer cosas para dar ganas de dar un poco de dinero, y a veces es suficiente répondre à des questions ou juste de parler comme ça, but sometimes it's helpful also to do little silly tricks. Wow, I did it! That was really hard, guys. I have to say, I have never done that before, and that was like my brain was like misfiring. Okay. Amazing. Okay, I'm gonna go sit down. This is what working at a Canadian hospital sounds like. That's too funny. I'm gonna go sit on the couch for a bit because I'm just like a little. All of our chairs in this house are like old antique wooden chairs, so they're very uncomfortable to sit in for long periods of time. So I'm gonna go veg out a little bit on the couch. Thanks, guys. I will do it again if need be, or another trick. I don't have that many tricks up my sleeve, but I'm sure I can think of a few more to encourage people to make large donations. We are very, very, very close to $2,000. I just want to remind everyone, if you are just joining and you don't know what we're fundraising for, it is the Rainbow Railroad. It is a charity that helps people, specifically LGBTQ plus people, trans people, etc., relocate to safer areas, refugees, asylum seekers, but also people within the US looking to move from red states to blue states. They also help with cash assistance. They help people get set up once they're there. They also work in legislation, policy advocacy. They do research. They have helped over 45,000 people, and they are an incredibly, incredibly important organization right now when obviously our LGBT plus community is heavily under attack, especially our trans community, and we want to be doing everything we can to help support them financially and otherwise. Okay, so I'm gonna do another match soon. I did a $300 match to get us over the line to $1,000. I would like to do another match. So as soon as we get to 1,900, I'm gonna do another match to get us to 2,000. So I'm, hopefully we will get to that 1,900 mark in the next couple of minutes, and then I will put us over the edge to 2,000 by giving another donation. Oh yeah, I'll definitely come back to the DMV. I'm like from the DMV, so I'm always going to come back. I will answer more questions as soon as we get to that $1,900 mark so that I can do a match and take us over the edge and get us over that $2,000 mark, which will be incredibly, incredibly helpful because like I said, I will be here all day if need be, but I also really would love to see us making some movement on the charity. We're just staring at each other now. I want to get to 1,900 so I can take us over the edge. I want to be over 2,000 before we get to the 2-hour mark at least. I'm a little worried that we won't hit our goal or even come close to it. I think there are several reasons for this, one being that people are broke right now, and I understand. But for those who could donate... yeah, even like one donation coming through would be really exciting because I really do want to get over that $2,000 mark sooner rather than later. Oh, thank you. $5, thank you. Honest to God, even seeing just like any donation come through hugely warms my heart. 37. Thank you so, so much. We're getting so close. We are now only $60 away from being at 1,900, and then I will put us over the edge and take us to 2,000. I'm going to keep matching to get us over the edge. Oh, thank you. That is my age. I'm going to keep donating to get us over the edge each time that we're close to hitting another $1,000 mark. So if we can we just need $60 more to get us to that 1,900 place, and then I will take us over the edge to the 2,000 mark. Okay. And I did enjoy Love Story, I will say. Ryan Murphy's very hit or miss for me, but I did enjoy Love Story. Mona's watching and she says, where are your donations, guys? We're so close to 1,900. Oh, thank God. Oh, thank God. Okay, so now we have just $10 left, and then I will match us to get us over 2,000. $10 left. Who's going to do it? Yay, Mona. I'm going to get a fan in here also. Oh my God, John, thank you so much. 100, yay. Okay, well, I'm still going to do my $100 match because it's the spirit of it. Thank you so, so much. Thank you. Okay, doing my $100 match. Oh my God, it keeps making me verify. Hold on, I have to get my wallet. Okay. Okay. Amazing. That was me. I just donated 100 euros. Thank you so much. Okay. Feeling better. We're at 2,100, which is a great place to be. We still got a long ways to go, although we technically have 32 hours left in the fundraiser, and we'll keep it up until we hit that goal. And we'll keep driving people to come donate. But, oh, thanks, John. Thank you for pushing through. Oh, sorry, guys. I used to follow YouTuber named Lacey Green. She posts hundreds of videos about sex ed. Okay. I'm not familiar with her. Bonjour from Strasbourg, just joining now. Welcome. Welcome from Strasbourg. Okay. Let me go grab the girl. Hi, sweetie. That's my daughter. Hello. Just a reminder, we are here to fundraise. I am here to answer questions. Really anything you guys want. We just want to keep these donations flowing and raising money for an incredibly, incredibly important organization. So yeah, if there are any questions, anything you want to do, I already, in order to raise a quick $50, I spoke all 3 of my languages in one paragraph, which was kind of hard and stressful, but there's plenty of other things I can do. Okay. I have listened to Ace of Base. Would love to hear about your design and interior influences. I love Summer Thornton design. She's like very, very high end. So it's definitely not like something that I can just like buy or recreate necessarily, but I do take inspiration from her. I'm trying to think who else. Like, I'm gonna go on my Instagram and see what comes up. What locations are on your European bucket list? I mean, honestly, I've not been to most places in Europe, so I could definitely stand to go to more. I've never been to Greece. I'd like to go to Greece. It is, I have to say, it is never that humid here. It is like the most humid day of the year. I am freaking dying of humidity. Like, this is brutal. I'm like, it's like 88 degrees and like full humidity, which it almost never ever is. Thank you, $5. We are raising money for the Rainbow Railroad, an incredibly, incredibly important organization that has helped over 45,000 LGBTQ plus people relocate. They also help with cash assistance. They help relocation within the US and outside of it. They're a global organization. They also do a lot of legislative advocacy. They do a lot of research. They are hugely, hugely important as an organization. What is a small town vibe you miss? I live in a somewhat small town, so I don't miss it. I mean, it's not that small of a town here, but it's not a big one. So, do you have AC in France? No. And trust me, I normally don't care that much, but right now I am dying. I'm actually going to go get a fan. I'll be right back. I'm going to be, I really hope that by the time I come back, there's at least one more donation. That would make me extremely happy to see. So please, anyone who's been considering donating, give a donation while I get a fan. Looks like no one's donated yet, but there's still time because I have to set up the fan. So if someone can donate while I'm doing that. Guys, you can donate if you use a VPN. Every other time when I've gone away, I've come back and there's been a new donation. This is the first time that has not been the case, which sucks. But I do feel better with the fan on, I have to say about that. Oh, thank you, Cinnamon Cheesecake. And I know you've been donating a lot, so trust me that it does not go unnoticed. That is hugely, hugely appreciated. I got the fan too fast. That's funny. Hold on. $2. We love to see it. I check my bank account because of you. Thank you. Thank you. 70 to 80% humidity is crazy. I'm going to grab my headphones and put them on. I already said I liked it, Michaela, but I definitely have a complicated relationship with one Ryan Murphy. Thank you for, $25. We love to see it. We love to see it. Thank you, Heather. We love to see it. This has been a pretty quiet little lull in the fundraiser. So the more friends and fam that pop in, the better. Oh, good question. What is Rainbow Railroad? Rainbow Railroad is an incredibly important organization that essentially helps relocate and give cash assistance to LGBTQ plus people all over the world, within the US and globally. They have helped over 45,000 people both relocate, get set up in their new places. That includes, moving from one country to another, moving from a red state to a blue state. They also work in advocacy, pushing LGBT-friendly legislation and opposing discrimination. They also publish research so they can help lawmakers, policymakers, help support LGBT people. Like I said, they've helped over 45,000 people and counting in the 20 years that they've been operating. So they are a very legitimate organization. And yeah, I highly, highly endorse both donating if you can, and also just like checking them out because they're really important. And I have to say, like, the donations have been a little slow today, which I know is probably a variety of factors, but it does make me a little sad because I don't want to feel like, our LGBT friends are being forgotten at a time when they are so heavily under attack, especially our trans friends. It really just like makes me sad to consider, honestly, because we've done a lot of fundraisers in the past and usually they go a lot faster than this one. So everyone who's donated, that is huge and just feels great. And if you can't, I totally understand. But if you can, or if you know someone who can, really consider it because they're a hugely important organization, especially right now. Yes, people should share the live stream. That is another great great option, is to share the live stream. I know we're in the dead of August, so a lot of people are just kind of checked out generally, but anything you can do to help, raise awareness, raise, people being able to join. Thank you so much. $20. All of that is just like hugely, hugely helpful. Yeah, I agree with the celebrity obsession for sure. Is there any food from France you wish it was in America? Mostly the cheese selection. I miss that when I'm gone. Thank you so much, Cinnamon Cheesecake. That really makes really makes my day. Kevin, thank you. Thank you. All right, we're almost at $2,200, which is very exciting. And then we're going to be doing another push once we get close to 3,000, and I'll help us get over the edge. Thank you so much. I know, me too. I keep thinking of the Rainbow Road from Mario Kart. Just truly like, woo! Thank you so much for supporting the community. Thanks for all your work. I know I'm not necessarily a target audience. We completely welcome men in here, especially if they are men who are willing to donate to this incredibly important cause. Cannot state enough how important it is. You realize the importance of, that is really sweet, Kevin. That's actually going to make me cry. That's really, really nice. These are really, really sweet comments, and I hugely, hugely appreciate them. Thank you. There are dudes here. Thank you so much, guys. This is really, really made my day. Thank you for 10 Canadian dollars. That is like a huge, huge help. I'm gone for an hour and the donations doubled. Exactly, Suli. Thank you for noticing. That really boosts my morale because, like I said, it's been kind of slow on the donations front, which I understand, it's a tough time for everyone. So I totally appreciate that a lot of people can't donate, but it does like really feel good to see the number go up. So yeah, thank you to everyone who's been donating. I'm going to take my AirPods out because I'm too sweaty. That's gross, but it's true. Okay. Okay. Guys, I'm like a little bit dizzy and lightheaded from just like talking so much in this like really, really oppressive heat. I'm gonna go take a 5-minute break. If you could just let people who come into the live know that I'm going to be right back in 5 to 10 minutes. I'm just going to go sit down for a second and drink some water because I'm really dizzy. But I will be back. We're at $2,199. I would love to be over 2,200 or maybe even closer to 2,300 by the time I get back. But like I said, if you could just tell people that come into the chat that I will be right back. Yeah, I need a break screen with some fun music. I do. But I don't have that right now, and I'm not seeing anyone. Hold on. I will be right back, everyone. Yeah, I'm just gonna, okay. Okay, give me 1 second. It's not letting me pin it. Oh, there we go. Okay. Okay, like I said, the donations are at kind of a trickle. So anyone who could throw a couple bucks here or there, it's hugely appreciated. I understand why this is a slow one today, but it is such an important organization. I'm going to go lay down for just a couple minutes and probably drink some water and take a quick ibuprofen or something, but I will be right back. All right. Hey guys. Whew. Whew. Oh. Did we get any more donations while I was gone? Hi, everyone. Oh, thank you. How am I feeling? Really dizzy, really lightheaded. I just think because it's so hot and the humidity is so high, it's just making me feel very lightheaded. But I am committed to staying on the stream because last time we did a stream, we raised like $28,000. And so I thought that setting like half of that goal, we would be able to get close. And, donations have been really tough today, which I think is like a variety of factors. But it makes me feel really responsible for raising more money and making sure that, we at least do the absolute best we can do on this fundraiser. I really, really just want to honor my commitment. I'm going to get a soda per the people in the chat. I'm going to get a quick soda. I'll be right back. Oh, thank you. Another $5. Thank you. I've got a little mini cherry Coke, so I'm going to have that. I don't know if I can eat because I just feel nauseous because it's so hot, and just really lightheaded. So yeah, I'm just going to sip on this and see how it makes me feel. But yeah, I'm definitely committed. So I'm going to stay and stay, and hopefully more people will join and more people will donate. And, hopefully, I don't think we're going to reach our goal tragically, which I was really hoping for, because last time we met it so easily. It feels like we did it in like 6-7 hours. We raised $28,000. But yeah, I think it's partially the timing that it's just too early. But I think also like, oh, yeah, of course. No. Repost your question. That's the whole point of people donating, is I'm trying to prioritize their questions. I just think, like, unfortunately, this just may be a subject that people are just less passionate about, unfortunately, with regards to like LGBTQ rights. And I think like that's part of what makes me so sad about it, is because I feel like when things get tough economically or politically, like I feel like, queer and trans people just like get thrown under the bus because maybe they're just not as much of the population, or people don't know as many of them. And they're just like a really easy scapegoat and a really easy place to kind of put their, to sacrifice, and that's why we wanted to partner with an LGBT organization for this next fundraiser, because it felt like, it's such a sensitive group right now politically, and there's so many of them are in danger and need to be relocated in the US, or need cash assistance. But, I think unfortunately maybe it's just a tough topic right now. We'll see. But yeah, it's making me feel a little demoralized, especially with the heat and the dehydration. So I hope to see some more donations, but we'll see. So Nat, go ahead and repost your question because you donated. I will get a picture of water. Curious. The time difference is tough. Curious on your thoughts on balancing travel with not wanting to contribute to negative effects on locals. I try to stick to smaller cities, boutique hotels, other ideas. I think, yes, trans rights, 100%. Thank you for saying it. I think the most important thing is just doing as much research as possible on what are locals saying? What are they telling people? What are the guidelines? What are the businesses to support? Making sure you're going to actual locals and their small businesses instead of, big corporations or what have you. I think I know that there are some places where tourism is really just not encouraged right now, like Hawaii and stuff, but I know that there's a lot of nuance to other places. So I think the more research, the better. I always think that Reddit is a good place to do travel research because it's just a lot more locals. What do you appreciate or not like about globalization? What do I appreciate? Obviously, the ability to live and move globally. What do I not like? A lack of a loss of individual cultures and, individual, I don't know what the word I'm looking for is. I'm lightheaded. I have to drink this. Critiques on GDP, it's a very poor metric for economic success because it says very little about what's actually happening on the ground. It's been kind of a while since we've had a donation. If anyone hasn't donated but was thinking about doing it, I would really immensely appreciate it. I would love to see another donation come through. It would really be a wonderful vibe. We're averaging about $1,000 an hour raised right now, 15 euro, huge. That's amazing. I'd love to get us up to that 3,000 mark sooner rather than later, so we can be averaging $1,000 an hour. Because even if we were averaging that, thank you again, Anonymous, that would at least take us to the halfway point of our goal, which would be automatically huge. So yeah, thank you for that 15 euros. If anyone else has anything, again, this is a hugely important organization with a very, very marginalized community that really needs a lot of help and cash assistance. So those of us who have, anything to give, it's immensely appreciated. Oh my gosh, $50. Thank you so much. I'm literally gonna cry seeing donations come through because it's been so slow. Thank you so much. Thank you. This is really making me so happy because I really we thought we were being conservative in setting this goal, but I think there's a lot of factors working against us right now. So it's been a tough fundraiser. So I really just hugely appreciate any donation, and they just make me very emotional, especially the larger amounts, because it just helps really get us closer to our goal. We're finally over 2,300, which is huge. I just really want to get to that $3,000 mark because I feel like that will really start making a dent in the goal. Okay. $25, amazing. Thank you. $25. If anyone who's donated has a question or a request, please ask, because I'm here to prioritize this, and I am not feeling so well, to be perfectly honest. I feel very lightheaded. But I am committed because what I'm going through is a fraction of what these people are going through who need to be relocated and who need these resources. So I'm going to stay strong. I don't know what PLN is, but you donated 100 of PLN. So I really, really appreciate that. All good. Every donation is amazing. When we raised that 28,000 on the live stream last time, the organization said they got another almost 20,000 through alternative streams. So every bit counts. What is PLN? Oh, Polish zloty. Zloty. Okay, we're at 23:58. We're getting up close. Oh my God. I swear to God, by the time this day is over, I'm gonna like genuinely pass out. Like I've never passed out in my whole life. Okay, I don't know if I ever got a question in earlier. Yes, Suli, please ask as many questions as you want. Has anyone donated and I have not yet answered their question? Because if so, please put it in here. What is this from the financial diet? Accept my financial. Oh, okay. Thank you so much, Cal Lacey. Again, I know you've donated a few times. I have to go accept a request on Instagram. Hold on. Oh, thank you. Do you have any I will never monetize this hobbies and what are they? $1,000. Sorry, guys. Viva had to take a moment. I got emotional. Thank you, Anonymous. I really, really do not like being emotional in front of people. So I'm sorry I had to walk away, but like I get like very embarrassed crying publicly. So, but that's really sweet. Hi guys, we just got $1,000 donation. Okay, we're gonna walk back in. I know I can't afford to lose the fluids. It's so hot. I'm like genuinely delirious because it's like it's so hot. It's so humid. There's no AC. The water, like the rain hasn't come through yet. So it's just like I feel like I'm in like a fucking terrarium. And I'm just like so happy and relieved to see us getting closer to our goal because, you know, it's not my fault per se, but like I very much like if I commit to trying to, you know, raising money or like meeting a goal for an important organization, like I just feel very responsible.
and very just like, you know, I want to do everything in my power to make it happen. So, you know, when I see things off to a slow start, it just like, it's hard not to like feel like I'm, you know, failing. Mark, you're gonna make me cry more because I get embarrassed by crying and that makes me cry more. I'm already exhibiting way too much humanity. Thank you. Thank you. Oh my God, goodbye. Okay, we need to lock back in. It is Mr. Chelsea. That is his legal name. It's my husband and my biological daughter. That's exactly right. Okay. My fiction writing process is I use Google Sheets to map out the book. And then I write from there based off of my Google Sheet. I have a Google Sheet template that I use that has like a bunch of different categories I sort things into to help keep track of where I am in the editing process. I'm a gay woman and I love you for this. Oh, thank you. I can't afford to cry anymore. I'm thinking of going self-employed. Is it better to pay myself salary or dividends? The best person to ask that question to is ultimately going to be either a financial advisor or a lawyer or both. But I pay myself a salary. It kind of depends on whether you plan to expand the business, to hire new people, to be a multi-person entity. But generally speaking, I highly recommend when looking to start a business to hire a lawyer to help draft your operating agreement, where you will put all of that information and all of those rules. And then on top of that, I highly recommend a good accountant to help you really just like make the best financial choices for your business. You can get a bookkeeper / accountant. You can get a financial advisor / bookkeeper. Like there's a lot of different combinations of this, but I would highly recommend those two people to really help you make those decisions. And thank you for your kind words. I have multiple books. Yes. How did I learn to be iconic? I don't know. That's a great question. Thank you so much to Anonymous. Just as a reminder, oh yes, thank you so much to Julie. It got lost in the sauce because I saw that $1,000 come through and I got very overcome with emotion. So thank you so much also to Julie Hamwood 6610. And if you have a question, please let me answer it. Thank you so much, Robin. Yeah, I think resentment towards boomers is valid. Sometimes me and my friends just share like boomer war stories about like how they were like, let me climb that ladder and then pull that shit right up behind me and never redistribute ever again. I don't know if any of you guys have seen that clip that's been going around of Dave Ramsey talking to that woman who's like, I don't want either of my children to inherit my money because they're socialists and I didn't raise them like that. Has anyone seen this Dave Ramsey clip? My favorite meal is to cook. Never forget, it hasn't happened yet. We're still like, that evil is yet to be unleashed on the world. One of my favorite meals to cook. I love so much, but I would say some of my favorites. I love rice dishes. Like I love a fried rice. I love a sticky rice. I love rice and red beans and rice. Love a gumbo sitch. I usually have to modify it because I'm allergic to shrimp, but I love rice. I think rice, we as society really freaked out when we started cultivating rice at scale. And actually where I live in France, the specialty is like a local kind of rice that's really, really good. Has an amazing chew and texture. One thing I really want to do, and this is maybe crazy, but I really want to buy a paella pan and get into making paella. I don't know how it's going to work logistically in my New York City kitchen, but we're gonna really leave it open to experimentation. Also, if in my haze / tears I missed your question and you donated, please
run that back so I can see it. Also, as a reminder, we are here raising money for the Rainbow Railroad. They are an incredible organization that helps to relocate LGBT QIA plus trans people from one state to another, from one country to another. They help give cash assistance. They help get people set up. They do advocacy work. They do research. They help support legislation to help protect LGBT people and things like housing discrimination, employment discrimination. LGBT people and especially trans people are under heavy attack right now, and we will not be swayed. We will not fall victim to the propaganda. We can walk and chew gum. We can focus on economic policy and also take care of our LGBT siblings and especially our trans siblings. They are not the scapegoat. They are not, let's say it loud and proud, trans people are not the reason anyone is broke, ever. Also, neither are immigrants while we're at it. Neither are non-white people. Neither are women. Neither are any of these things. Like, they are not your enemy. They are a distraction, and they are people who are very easy to throw under the bus, especially trans people, because there's just not that many of them. Most people don't even socialize on a day-to-day basis, knowingly at least, with a trans person. And so they're very easy to fearmonger around and to scapegoat around and to make it seem as though they're the problem when obviously the problem is multifold. It's the fact that we live in a fucking gerontocracy where you have to be 100 years old to even get elected to public office. Let's start there. It's also the corporate takeover of almost every industry in America. We can take that one back to Reagan for the most part. And it's also the billionaire class and the fact that wealth inequality is worse now than it was during the Gilded Age, kind of by a large margin. Those are the enemy. LGBT people are not your enemy. Trans people are not your enemy. Please, 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 if you can afford to donate, help take care of them. Yes, I cannot forget my soda. I've barely sipped it. Thank you. In the time that I have been ranting and raving, we have received another $100. This is, I feel like we're turning around. I feel like we're so back. I feel like we might actually, I don't know if we're going to make the goal, but I think we'll get close to the goal. And that is very good. I'm not going to cry again. I'm so emotional. It's so hot. Does anyone else get really emotional in like hot or unpleasant or like just extreme weather? I'm just like, I can't regulate myself. I can't regulate my emotions. Thanks everyone for the kind words. I still haven't sipped this soda. Okay, we're going to stop and do a hydration check. And please, if you have left a donation and I have not yet answered your question, please repost it. Someone asking for the meatball recipe. It is on my TikTok. Go to my TikTok. You will find my chicken meatballs. I do not have AC. And never before in my life have I been so punished for that decision to be in a place without AC. I love it, but on days like this, this is rough as hell. Rough as hell. The meatball recipe is on my TikTok. I repeat, the meatball recipe is on my TikTok. I'm usually pretty good with emotional regulation. I didn't used to be, but I think I've gotten pretty good at it. I have not read Minor Feelings. Is it good? What has been the most rewarding and challenging parts of your French home journey? Rewarding, we've hosted over 40 people this summer. We have a whole family here right now. My co-founder, Lauren, some of you may know, and her family are all here. That's delightful. She has the cutest, sweetest little kids, so I love having them here. So hosting friends and family. We have a lot of people coming while we're not here this year because we're not ready to open up the formal residency because we've never we just need to put practices in place to be able to manage the property from afar, which is a little intimidating, to be quite honest with you. But so we're doing a test run, a dry run on some of our own personal networks. We have a recently divorced woman who's doing her first ever solo trip, who's going to stay here, which is very exciting. We have one of my dear friend's parents. They just got a clean cancer scan after being in a long-term cancer battle. So they're going to travel and be here for a month or two. We have a photographer coming. We also have one of our colleagues here at the Financial Diet who's going to come, stay for probably a month, host a group here. So it's just really nice to share the space with everyone and welcome people. That's by far the thing I love most in life, and that makes me happiest.
challenging is just, I mean, owning a home. I don't know if any of you guys out there own a regular ass home, but like thank you so much, babies. I live in a co-op. It's not in my book, but you can log on to TikTok without an account on your browser. The most challenging part, if I live in a co-op in New York City, so the maintenance and repairs and stuff mostly go to the co-op, and the co-op pays for a manager, a building manager. Having to take care of absolutely everything yourself is really intense. Okay. It looks like I missed some questions from people who donated. My question is about Monarch. 2 of your staff did a workshop or live stream. I can't find that video. Can someone from TFD in the chat give her the link to the Monarch workshop? We should be able to give that to you. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll definitely give it a look. Consuelo, thank you so much. This is huge. We're getting closer every minute to the $4,000 mark. Thank you so much. I cannot say this enough. Like, this is an extremely important organization. They do amazing work. They help get people, LGBTQ plus people, trans people, from one location to another, people seeking asylum, refugees, people moving from red states to blue states. They help with cash assistance. They help with legislation. They do research. They've helped over 45,000 people. This is an incredibly scapegoated community, especially the trans community. And it is important now more than ever to just be so generous, if you can afford it, to help these people who often are very discriminated against in housing, in the workplace. Being visibly queer right now has never been more difficult. Yes, your little sister's trans and the world is scary. It is so true. Oh my God, your first mortgage, queen. Yes. Oh, thank you, Enka. New subby. We love a new sub. Always love a new subby. I mean, YouTube is the best social media in my opinion, so I support that decision. Congratulations on the engagement. I don't wear it that much IRL because I actually find the feeling of a ring to be kind of unpleasant on my finger. And also I've gained a little weight since I got it sized. So I need to get it sized up slightly. I was like really skinny when I got that ring. Yes, I have to take some pull. Thank you so much, Nat. I loved designing it. I would do it again for sure. I want to get my ring sized up though, so I can wear it some more. I also have to get my grandmother's watch fixed because it's got a broken clasp and I got quoted an insane amount of money to fix it. So I'm going to get another quote and get it fixed. Mark, my husband is in the chat. And by the way, I wear my wedding, like I wear a little wedding thing. I just wear a little skinny one that feels comfortable to wear. And I actually usually wear my wedding band on my ring. You guys are getting me in trouble. What the hell is this? I didn't even realize he was in the chat. I'm going to go get my wedding band. I'll be right back. I've been shamed. All right, squad. I've been shamed. I'm back with my wedding band and the little temporary one that he used to propose with. We're all on the same page. Yes, everyone, you can, only people who donate will get a question answered by Mark. That's the new rule. So if you've donated or if you want to donate, now's the time because you can ask Mark a question, but only if you donate to the Rainbow Railroad to help get LGBTQ people to safety.
because they are being scapegoated like nobody's business and discriminated against like nobody's business. My husband is in the chat. So if you've donated already and you have a question for him, now's the time. Everyone in this chat is getting pimped out because Mona will answer your questions. Worst thing about the wedding industry, in your opinion? The fact that they upcharge for everything, even though it's like no different than any other party. Like, why are the flowers more expensive just because it's a wedding and not a regular like banquet or gala? Like, I think it's very stupid the way everything's upcharged, and like the way that like so many things now exist and are expected for weddings that didn't even exist 10 years ago. Like, even when I got married, like so many people I've seen have like full-time content creators filming their weddings strictly for social media. And I'm like, what? Like, that didn't even exist when I got married. And I got married 8 years ago. Everything has just gotten so blown out of proportion. And to be fair, I had a really small wedding. I had a 27-person wedding or 30-person wedding with us. And I would do it again in a heartbeat. Like, I don't like a big wedding for me personally. So it's not like I really like missed out on that, but like, it's just gotten crazy. Okay, looks like we've gotten some donations. Did anyone have a question? Makes you feel complete. Mark, I think Jessica's question was for me. I don't really wear jewelry, unfortunately. I mean, that's not true. I guess I wear a little bit, but very little. Honestly, right now it's been so hot. Oh, you're joking. I can now read the sarcasm in your statement. Lol. People are asking what your favorite board games are. You should tell them what your favorite board games are. Oh my God, Anonymous, $120. Thank you. Wait, I have to go tell him he's getting questions. Hold on. Hold on. Let me go badger him. Oh, he's answering. Okay. Okay. Will AOC be president? Maybe. At this point, who the hell knows? Okay, guys, we are getting dangerously close to $4,000. As a reminder, anyone who donates money gets to ask my husband a question. He is currently in the live chat answering questions, and they can be embarrassing ones if you want. They can be very silly ones. But we are getting so close to $4,000, and if we get over $4,000, we're going to be almost a third of the way there, which is huge because we set a very high goal for this, which in retrospect, we thought it was conservative. In retrospect, is pretty high for a half-day fundraiser. But we're going to keep going. But remember, if you donate right now, you get the very special bonus of being able to answer or ask my husband a question. Oh my God, lol. The Carrie making it closer to your heart is so funny. That was such a mess. That whole relationship was such a mess. How do you stop comparing yourself to others who had financial backing? I don't know. I think at a certain point, I just kind of stopped. I think I just kind of realized that like, life is not fair. And I'm advantaged and privileged and blessed in so many ways. And like, there's just so much more value to be found in there's just so much more value to be found in focusing on what you want to focus on, or what is going well in your life and what advantages you have or what, you're grateful for or all of that, than it is to, focus on where you are coming up short or where you didn't get, or where you got a kind of raw deal. Oh my God, stop, Mark. Don't make me cry on stream again. That is like very embarrassing. Oh. Okay. For the TFD team in the chat, we have Sabrina who wants to join the live stream. I believe in order to do that, we have to like approve it on the back end.
Holly or Rachel or Alexa, can one of you, thank you guys so much. Can one of you guys see on the back end how to let Sabrina into the chat? Here, let me message with her. Hold on one second. I'm not exactly sure the best way to do it. Hi. I'm on stream. Hi, you're not on stream. Don't worry, it's not on speakerphone. We're doing well though. We're getting close to a third of the way there. But yeah, so the team is on the back end figuring out how they can let you in. Wait, are we at 4,000? Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah, team. We love to see it. Okay, so they're gonna let you in on the back end. So will you send me your YouTube username that we have to approve? People are saying the magical girl. That's so funny. Okay. All right. We're going to try and do a little women in STEM moment and get this worked out on the back end from a tech POV, but we're hopefully going to have a buddy, a very good friend join the live stream, which would be awesome because then I can go to the bathroom, get some water and stuff. And then, okay, cool. All right. Send me that username and we'll get you in. Okay. Okay. Thank you. All right. Bye. Okay, so for the TFD team, whoever's on the back end, it's just Magical Girl Sabrina is the name of the YouTube channel. Yeah. Thank you, Anonymous. Mark, don't even pretend that you inexplicably ordered an Uber pool. That is a crazy thing to say. You did not inexplicably order it. Mark, okay, so I always jokingly say, this is true facts, but I always jokingly say that if Mark and I were not together, he would be a billionaire and I would be destitute because I'm a spender. I am definitely a whimsy maxer. I definitely love to justify little treats left, right, and center. Thanks, guys. So I am definitely, it's never above me or below me or whatever to order an Uber or whatever. My husband is a frugal gentleman, and honestly, that has served us very, very well in life and in our financial life, especially, obviously. But one thing about him is like he was in like during the Uber pool. One thing, if he was like in his Uber pool era where essentially like he would never order anything but Uber pools. So there was like a 2-year period where every time we got an Uber, it was just with a random person. And so when he proposed to me, I literally just was like crying on the phone with my parents. And I get into this car, not realizing what was happening. And there's just a random French businessman coming home from work sitting next to me. And then Mark went up in the front with the driver. And I was like, we really can't get a full-on Uber for our engagement night. But honestly, looking back, it's very good that he is as frugal as he is in many ways because it has done wonders for our relationship. I'm seeing Holly's messages about the live stream. So I was reading about this. So in theory, you're supposed to be able to do it. You just have to use, we've done this before. It's like a third-party plugin. Give me 1 second. It can only be done via mobile. What does that mean? My screen time is too damn high. And that's all I'll say about that. The Uber bus? You mean a bus? How is that any different from a bus? Go live together? Okay, well, okay. Is StreamYard not an option? Because it looks like on StreamYard you're able to invite people midstream. Okay. Okay, hold on. Okay, shoot. I thought it was because I'm logged in on the TFD account that we could do it through the TFD account. All right. A tech nightmare in the making. Worst case, we're just going to FaceTime. All right. You know what? I'll just... Okay. Okay, I'm doing a FaceTime while we wait because our friend Sabrina is going to join the live for a little bit. Whoop.
Hello.
Hi. Are you okay to be on live for a minute?
Sure.
Okay. All right. Hi, everyone. Please say hi to Sabrina. Can you pull up the live stream so you can see the chat?
Yeah.
You can pull it up on your... Everyone, please be nice and say hello. Hi.
Hello.
Hi. Can everyone see and hear okay? Hi. Hello. Okay, I'm going to set up a little perch. And I actually have the perfect thing to do it. For once.
If you want to.
Okay.
Hello, everybody. I can see your chats now.
Hi. Okay. All right. This is really hi-fi.
This is incredible. I can't stop looking at myself on a delay at a weird angle in a tiny box. This is incredible.
Yeah, you're gonna have to like hide the video so you just see the chat, because otherwise it'll be like Narcissus looking into the lake.
I know I have to hide her. I can't handle this.
Well,
Hello, everybody.
Sabrina, will you please introduce yourself to the chat?
Hi, everybody. I am Sabrina. I am a writer, and I also work at Ars Nova, which is the best theater company in New York City, and you should definitely come visit. And I was recently in the house that Chelsea is in, and now I'm back.
And now she's back in New York. So yeah, no, again, StreamYard can never compete with Chelsea's tech chops. It's true. Now this was lore drop. So Sabrina actually was the one who sent us this charity as an idea among a few different ones to potentially fundraise for. Can you tell our chat a little bit about why this is one of the ones you picked?
Yeah, this charity really hits close to home for me for multiple reasons. One of which is a lot of trans people in the country right now and around the world do not have an option to relocate out of really bad states. And an enormous amount of trans people, I don't have the exact numbers in front of me, but a shocking amount, if someone could pull them up and drop it in the chat, have had to migrate or relocate in order to have at all functional lives, especially if they have kids or if they themselves are young, and the funds required to do that are inaccessible and getting worse every single day. And in some of these places, people can't even use the bathroom in public. So finding a place that they can go and making that easier for them is enormous, because moving costs don't just come down to like trucks, and they don't just come down to buying boxes. It often comes down to time off of work, and I mean, on top of the emotional and psychological lift that it requires to move and finding work in a new place. So Rainbow Railroad exists to help ease that for people, and as someone who worries about that themselves, it means a lot to me. I've been pursuing my Canadian citizenship specifically because I need an exit strategy, but not everyone is so lucky to be eligible for that. And Rainbow Railroad makes it possible. And I actually learned about Rainbow Railroad from episodes of Canada's Drag Race, where they brought on a bunch of makeover contestants who had benefited from the program, and all of their stories moved me so deeply. And it stuck with me for a really long time. So it meant a lot to me to be able to raise money for such a great organization working on a really crucial task right now. Because as I'm sure everybody knows, the transphobia is at fever pitch in this country right now. whether you're on TikTok or, being hate crimed, you can't escape it. And people like this are actually making it possible for you to escape it. So it meant a lot to me. And thank you guys for supporting it. It really hits home because there are not a lot of people being supportive of the trans community right now.
Well, thank you, everyone, again, for everyone who's already donated. If you've been thinking of donating, we're getting up close to the 5K mark. This is an incredible, incredible organization for all the reasons Serena just named and more. And the more, even $5, $3, all of that is just really, really helpful. I want to do my absolute best to get as close to the goal as possible. We don't have to do it all on live stream because the fundraiser keeps going for a little bit after that, but I want to get as close as we possibly can on this live stream. And also, it's just not been the best luck today. It is like truly jungle vibes in here. Like it's like 90 degrees and like 80% humidity. So we are just like, we're in a sweat lodge at this point. But we're making it through. I'm drinking a cherry Coke that Sabrina actually purchased of all things. So the loop is closed. Nat is asking, what city in Canada are you thinking?
I really love Montreal. I would probably have more opportunities for employment in Toronto as an arts administrator in theater. Not that there aren't wonderful theaters in Montreal, but I think there would be slightly more opportunities for me. But my heart is set on Montreal. It is like a storybook city, and I love it so much. And actually, my ex-husband, who I'm very close friends with, long story, but he's a wonderful man. He is a very frequent Montreal visitor, and every time I go, he has tons of recommendations for me. And so if I can get this close to being a local through proxy who's not Canadian, I feel I would really absorb the place.
It's so funny that you have such a love for Montreal because another one of my dearest friends, she lived in Montreal for like 17 years, and nobody has more beef with a location than she has with the city of Montreal. She's like, she hates it.
She'll anti-influence me on that.
She is. Although, to be fair to her, she did move from a desert climate to a place where it frequently snows 3 feet every winter. So she was like, what is this? Get me out of here.
Yeah, I could see that being really unsettling because you're basically living in a Hallmark Christmas movie style.
Does anyone else have any questions for Sabrina or myself? Obviously, we hugely prefer to answer questions from our wonderful donors, but we are keeping this live stream going, so we will answer questions from anyone. And as a reminder, if you did donate and you have not gotten your question answered, please go ahead and put it down again in the chat so that we can make sure to answer it, because I want to really make sure to be giving extra TLC to anyone who is kind enough to donate. It's been a little bit since we've had a donation. That was the $33 one a little bit ago. So if we can get even one more donation, I think that would really keep the vibes extra high. The West Coast is starting to wake up. So yes. Okay. $20. That's exactly what we want to see. Okay. Advocate for yourself. You and my LGBTQ peeps. You're advocating for the next person. It's not selfish. True. Would you ever do an episode on Caleb Hammer and the toxic ways he discusses finances and the way he's been a grifter to the right? Between him and Dave Ramsey, I just like, what is there to say at a certain point? Like, if you go to Caleb Hammer's page, like the level of rage engagement slop that the content is at this point is like so beneath discussion. Like to me, it's like on par at this point with like the Jubilee videos. Like to me, it just feels like modern day Jerry Springer, which is just like, come gawk at this person. And I think that like we've moved so far away from genuine financial discourse, which I don't even know if we ever were really having, but like, now what is there to say except like, this is disgusting. Don't give any attention to it. Yay, $20 again. Thank you. If either of you have, if either of you have a question, go ahead and leave it. But no.
I thought when I saw this question about Caleb Hammer, it did take me a minute to realize we weren't talking about Caleb Heron, and I was like, how dare you say that?
Oh my God, no. Caleb Hammer is like Caleb Heron's Wario. Extremely similar names, could not be more dissonant vibes.
Yeah.
No, Caleb Hammer is a truly dark force in the personal finance
Yeah.
community. Awful, awful. You know what I do want to do though, is to get a like Inspector Gadget style disguise and go on the Dave Ramsey cruise. I would like to do that.
I would love that. We have to get like silly wigs and hats.
Literally.
Also, I want to go on the cruise just so that when we go into like interactive sections where he's like talking to us, we can ask really pointed questions. If you do the opposite of his advice, it's outperforming the index of stocks that senators are trading on with insider information. That's what makes me convinced he's a psyop.
No, I know. It's very like, all of it just feels like the way that the personal finance community functions as like an alt-right pipeline now is truly so scary. Okay, guys, as a reminder, we are here to donate and to raise money for an extremely important cause, but we are also here to answer questions. And I'm once again willing to do stunts. We did the language one where I said a whole paragraph in all 3 of my languages at once. That was difficult, but I did it. We also had Mark answer questions for people who donated. That got some donations going in the chat. I'm never above showing a little Mona if I need to, but we are mostly here to answer questions and have a fun little AMA hangout. So yeah, I'll put my question again. Yes, thank you. If you have donated. Okay, so it looks like we have 2 questions that were repeated from donors. So hobbies, any recent Bravo hot takes? I think that one's for you, Sabrina.
Okay, hobbies. I have endless amounts of hobbies. I will come back to it, but let me answer your Bravo question first. I have disappeared from the Bravo universe. When they brought in the new New York cast, I left the building. Although I am very next-gen NYC curious, and I remain up to date on everything that Bethany Frankel does, thanks to the Bethany Frankel twink. And oh my God, that supermodel cafe. What is going on there? She's making cream cheese bagels that are day old that you shouldn't even be. Okay, a cream cheese bagel, not even a bagel. Let's start there. Or a cottage cheese bagel, whatever it is. Cottage cheese bagel is not a bagel. They're day old. And I've seen that there's no ingredient lists. There's no like when this was made. She's just like in the back of a truck on Long Island giving out old bagels that she made. And also the whole supermodel messaging. Skinny Girl did so much damage, and the number one complaint people had with that brand was that it wasn't woke, and she's somehow tripled down on the skinny branding. And yeah, you couldn't pay me to eat any of that food. And for someone who's like constantly on camera, like smushing around chicken salads, why would that make chicken salad look appetizing? I don't know. But yeah, I've hopped off of the Bravo train. I couldn't really take it anymore. I think everyone here will understand. But I do plan on going back and watching my favorite Republicans on the spinoff NYC show. And hobbies, I have endless hobbies. My whole apartment, Chelsea can tell you, I'll actually take you on a little tour. I collect Barbies, especially of fictional witches or celebrities I like. There's my Rosie O'Donnell Barbie. I have 2, one in the box and one out. I also have, speaking of, I'm a big Rosie O'Donnell head, and I will show you I have my Rosie O'Donnell jacket from the original show. So I collect things. I collect retro game stuff. I like to repair old video game consoles and get them functional again. I'm into photography. I rollerblade, which is nobody else does with me. What else do I do? I like thrifting. I have a Buffy podcast for like, God, it's over 12 years. We're getting close to a decade and a half. I'm a huge Buffy head. I own every piece of original Buffy media that was ever produced, including, I actually just wrapped that up by hunting books down from Canada. Shout out Canada one more time. And now I have everything that was ever produced and is out of print. I'm thinking of starting a Charmed podcast that's a spinoff from the Buffy podcast. So if you like or hate Charmed, please drop it in the chat and we will let you know if that ends up coming to pass. Other hobbies. I have a lot of hobbies. I like trying new stuff, and I like hyperfixating on something for 6 months, as Chelsea can tell you. So Oh yeah, so I have a Buffy podcast. It's called, I see this in the chat, it's called Slayer Fest 98. We cover Buffy, Angel, Marvel stuff because there's so much crossover, and anything else that sort of fits within the world. We've interviewed most of the cast. We have a show every year at the Stonewall Inn on Halloween or Halloween weekend. This year, we're going to have a very, 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 very special guest, if everything works out, and a very special guest who will ask you, what is your childhood trauma? But I can't say anything else. So if you're a big Buffy fan, you might know that that's happening. Or you might know what's happening. And so, yeah, please check out Slayer Fest. I think we're going to do a spin-off about Charmed called Witch Fest, which I'm very excited about because Charmed is my favorite show that I hate. Let me look in the chat what we're up to.
So I do want
to. As a Long Islander, selling a cottage cheese bagel on Long Island is a hate crime. Is 100% true. That woman hates joy.
So Suli, I think it was Suli that asked, who said that the Bravo question was also for me. My main Bravo hot takes now are also are all related to the Valley, which is just that I want all of those men neutralized at this point, except for Jason. He's okay, but all of those men on the Valley are just truly awful, and I just need I need Kristen to get off TV and heal in every respect. I just that the Valley is such a dark show, but I can't look away. We have another donor asking, would you ever consider a collab with Matt Bernstein? Could be political or finance. Sure thing. Would love to. Or would we do Big Joel again? Would love to do that. I actually one time ran into Big Joel on the street of all things. So he's definitely around. We've gotten some more donations, including $100. Thank you so much.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So as a reminder, if you have donated and I have not answered your question or we have not answered your question, please go ahead and repost it with just saying that you've donated so that we can make sure to answer it. A lot of people are asking me debt repayment versus emergency fund. Always prioritize debt repayment, especially based on your interest rates. I always recommend people to look into debt consolidation, balance transfer cards, personal loans to pay off debt. Like, there are a lot of really, really good debt options as someone who's been in and gotten out of debt. But you really need to be very, very careful. Thank you so much, Sarah. I see you. You have to be really, really careful about using, making sure you're only using methods that you can actually follow. Like, for example, if you do a balance transfer card, that it's something you can really pay off before the high interest kicks in while it's at that 0% interest. But yeah, that's what I would recommend. Schwartz was like barely even there. Schwartz like kind of darks me out, to be honest with you. I don't know, all these Vanderpump Rules people, I'm like, we need to keep it moving, guys. Like, let's go live a different chapter of our lives. Like, I don't know why we need to keep like sort of circling.
Watching Kristen on TV, it is like watching someone who's had an untreated emotional head wound for 20 years. They are not getting her help. They are not going to patch that up for her.
All right, guys, we are getting close to the $4,500 mark, which is very exciting. I want to do our absolute best to get to our full goal within the live stream. I don't know if it's possible or not. We shall see based on how the next few hours go. But even getting to the halfway point of our goal before we end it and we let it run in the background would get us a huge part of the way there. So everyone who can donate, please do. As a reminder, for those who are just joining, we are raising money for the Rainbow Railroad, which is an organization that helps move LGBTQ plus people, trans people, etc., from one state to another, from one country to another, helps set them up with their cost of living, get them settled. They also offer cash assistance. They also do research and policy advocacy, and they help support politicians who are pushing pro-LGBT legislation, and just making it a much safer, more economically stable and viable world to live in for the LGBT plus community, especially when it comes to people who are seeking asylum, refugees, or people even who are moving within the country. Because as we've discussed several times on this live chat, moving from a red state to a blue state in the United States can be just as consequential as moving from one country to another country, especially for trans people who are on top of, all of the other discrimination that is being faced across the LGBTQ plus community, are also often facing vastly, vastly different levels
of medical care, of financial support, of all of these other resources that they need. So even just moving, it may seem inconsequential to those of us in the chat who are not facing these issues, but even moving from a red state to a blue safe city can be life-changing for people. And that is what this organization does. They've helped over 45,000 people. They have been around for over 20 years now, or just 20 years as of this year. And they are the real deal. They're really doing it. So if you have a little bit of money to donate, every single dollar counts and is really, really, really life-changing for people. We just got $70 more in the chat. Thank you guys so much. Every dollar is hugely, hugely consequential. I have to do a hydration break and a bathroom break real quick. I'm now entering hour 3. So I'm going to go quickly get a refreshment on my beverage and go run to the bathroom. And I'll leave you guys with Sabrina, if that's okay with Sabrina.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll be right back.
Get more cherry Coke.
Wait, I'm also gonna how do I set do not disturb, because I don't want my phone to buzz and shake off the table. Hold on.
Okay.
Does anyone know how to do that? I'm like, talk about tech illiterate, sorry.
I think, yeah, it's in that pull-down menu, and there's a little moon or something. I don't really use Do Not Disturb. Okay, I'm correct about that, Chelsea.
About what?
About Do Not Disturb, being a little moon.
Oh. Well, how do I set it up? Can someone... Oh, okay, I got it. Okay, Do Not Disturb is on. What?
I live... Sarah in the chat said, Sabrina said, please disturb me. And that's the truth. I love to be disturbed.
I love to be disturbed too, guys. It's just that I don't want my phone... Sabrina is currently on an extremely precarious setup that if my phone falls, it will shatter. So I'm just trying not to have it fall off the thing while I go to... Oh, wait. How did I just press Do Not Disturb and I'm still now getting a WhatsApp notification? Hold on. Oh my God, you guys, we just got $200 more.
Hell yeah. Oh my God, guys, this is crazy.
If you have any questions that you want to answer, please remember that you... Chelsea's never met a notification. She doesn't want to read on the spot, lol.
That is true. I will say, Chelsea and Sabrina lore is Sabrina will send Chelsea TikToks at 4 in the morning, and every single time Chelsea's like, you are not well. Get off of the internet and go to sleep.
No, I know. Hold on. Let me, how do I do settings? Notifications, show notifications. Okay. Because what I mean, when I'm in France, basically all of my notifications are just WhatsApp, because I don't like really text people like that. So, okay. All right. Let me scoot that away. Okay. Another $100. Oh my gosh. Robert.
Oh my gosh, guys.
You guys, we're getting so close to 5,000. This is so exciting. Also, Sabrina, you missed someone left $1,000 and I had to leave for like 5 minutes because I was just sobbing. I was like,
that's so beautiful. Guys, every one of these donations, especially that $1,000 one, you are changing someone's life. Like, I work right now at a nonprofit, an arts nonprofit, where we get underrepresented artists on stage and we launch their careers, and we're very successful. One of our alumni is Lin-Manuel Miranda. One of them is Cola Scola. We've got a deep bench, John Early. But I constantly say at work that if we do our jobs right, we can change people's lives and make their dreams come true. And that's what you guys are doing here today. Like, for 100% serious, like, these funds save people's lives and they make them worth living. So thank you so much. It really is warming my heart to watch this in real time. All right, Chelsea, you can go to the bathroom. I got this.
okay, all right. I'm going to go to the bathroom and get some ice water. Thank you again, Robert. You are truly a hero. Okay,
I'm scrolling up in the chat. 1 sec, guys. Okay, these questions are for Chelsea, but I'm going to start answering them to get things moving.
I'll be right back.
Okay. Mad Men or Game of Thrones? Mad Men till the day I die. I did enjoy Game of Thrones, except for the part that everyone hates. But yeah, I prefer my shows to be set in offices with a sense of whimsy. And if you saw the cat earlier, yes, that is my cat, Salem. Chelsea got him for me for my birthday. He is wonderful and also a bit of a terror. The cottage cheese propaganda does have to stop. I'm so sick of her. I'm so sick of her. And on Long Island, come on, not in my hometown. I'll leave that question for Chelsea. Let me see. Oh my gosh, guys, these donations. Salem, let's get him back on camera. Let me see. I'm scrolling through. I think I might have also purchased this ice Chelsea is retrieving. I just got back from France, everybody. In Chelsea's house, I'm going to spill some tea on here. Incredible. It is shockingly amazing. I mean, like everything Chelsea curates for her life, it is heaven on earth. I am a Suffolk County girly. Nassau is what people imagine when they think of Long Island, but Long Island is a very diverse place, if not, demographically, then certainly in landscape. And I grew up in Shore-and-Wading River, which is a very small town on the North Shore, a very weird small town on the North Shore that is mostly sod farms, which is where they grow grass, and beaches, and it's like hotels and wineries, vineyards, I guess. And honestly, not dissimilar from where Chelsea is in the south of France, but the accent is so much worse. And if you guys get me drunk, you can hear it. Let me see. Yeah, Suffolk Girlies Unite. I am a Suffolk supremacist. I think Nassau is, I respect their game out there, but no, I'm a Suffolk girly. You need the beach to be a real beach. And by a real beach, I mean covered in rocks and you're drunk. Wow, guys, I'm scrolling through this chat. There's so many donations. But yeah, I had a wonderful time in France. I'm looking right now at all the stuff I bought. Chelsea City in France it's so beautiful. There are more Roman ruins in Arles than there are in actual Rome, because Italians love to, and I say this as someone who's Italian, Irish Italian, from Long Island, as all Irish Italians are. They love to tear stuff down over in Rome. Let me see. Professional lurker. Hi, Mark. Oh, that was Mark who made the joke about Chelsea's notifications. I was like, how do people know that so well? It's Mark saying it. I need Mona updates, Mark. Man, you guys are really doing great work here. If you're just joining, we are raising money for Rainbow Railroad, which is an incredible nonprofit that is saving people's lives and helping them relocate. We are getting so close to 5,000. We are $98 away from 5,000, which that's insane. Oh my God, we just hit it as someone said that. Thank you, Robert. That's incredible. Wow. $5,000. Damn. Robert. Snaps for Robert. 5,000. 5,000 is enough to genuinely change someone's life. Holy crap. That was beautiful. But we're not stopping. To be clear, 5,000 is a great number, but that is not the whole goal. So keep it coming, people. Oh, but I'm excited for it work right now. I would love to talk about that. We at Ars Nova do the best theater in the city, and I say that because I am the brand director there. I am only able to work a marketing job if I believe in what I'm actually saying and not lying. I genuinely believe we have the best theater in New York. Coming up in September, we have Ant Fest, which is our all-new talent festival. That is a new show every single night for 17 nights, and it is a full show. We are moving in set pieces and moving out set pieces, and these are all new artists, and those artists go on to have incredible careers. if you look up AnFest, our alumni bench, as I said, is extremely deep. And this is a chance to see new work really early on that can go on and live a huge second life. Recently in the spring, we launched a show called And Then the Radio Burned Down, as Sarah has mentioned in the chat, with Chloe and Natasha. Chloe and Natasha are amazing, and that show sold out completely, and they are now doing a show at New York City Center. And if you know anything about theater, you know that's very prestigious. And this is a chance to see those people really early on. And we have some incredible shows this year. I'm actually going to read out some of the titles of the shows because we call our festival a title competition. And these years have some of them are called my favorite title of all of them is I Am Madonna, I'm all Madonna. Fuck you if you think otherwise. I don't care what you think. I am Madonna. I think that one's sold out though. Another one is called Helen Keller's Birthday Party live from Pigeon Grotto. We've got Hell Hath Turned Over Fuck looks really good. The Castle of Ghoul Hammond. All of the shows are really great, and I've had a peek at all of them, and you really can't go wrong. We also have a show coming up. We also have our regular D&D seasons coming up, and that's one-night shows that we haven't announced yet. But if you check in at the Ars Nova website, we always have something extremely cool going on. Chelsea is now back. Hi, Chelsea.
Hi, I'm just making I'm making €100 donation to keep Robert's train going.
Wow, thank you. And yeah, we hit 5,000, guys. That's insane. I missed a question here. Where were we?
Reminder, if you've donated, please reiterate your question so that we can make sure to prioritize. Oops. Okay, that's later. Where is my... Hold on.
Oh, there's multiple people on the TFD account. I was like, man, you guys are posting. That makes sense.
Okay.
You should know that on all Ars Nova accounts, it is just me. So I live my life on D&D. Oh, for a second, I thought it was about Dungeons and Dragons.
Okay, I just donated €100, so we're getting closer to, and we got another 20 right behind it. So everyone, please keep Robert's very, very generous train going. Donated above. Tell us the secret. Hi, Sarah.
Thank you, Barbara.
And yes, thank you, Barbara. Also, Sarah, you need to drop a link to your adorable home renovation posts because that's what the people are craving. $5. Hell yeah.
We have to tell a secret. Sarah's asking for a secret.
Wait, let me answer Sarah's first. Oh, yeah, that one is, tell us a secret. What is a secret for me? What is a secret for you?
I'm thinking, I have a secret right now, which is that my date from last night is still here, and he's watching us live stream.
Oh my gosh, lol.
I love Zena.
My secret is that, I guess speaking of 90s sci-fi fantasy type shows, my first childhood crush was Data from Star Trek The Next Generation.
That is a Chelsea fact.
It's true. Hope says, I joined late, but I'd love to hear about Sabrina and Chelsea's friendship. Well, we met in real life because we were fighting on Twitter, and we were like, let's work it out on the remix. And she came over to record a podcast, and we worked it out on the remix. Oh my God, Robert again! Robert is back.
Robert the MVP right now.
Taste, Scarlett. Yes, please, everyone, keep this train going. I will say about our friendship, I want to jump in for a second and gas Chelsea up a little bit and say, Chelsea is the best friend anyone can have. I have literally no idea why the name gives a friendship with me. My life has been changed 1,000 times over because of Chelsea. She has taught me so much. And that includes big moments in my life when she's given me advice, and also just hot girl walks when I was depressed. Chelsea is literally everything that you think she is on the internet. She's that and more. You got the real deal here. And if not, I would have told you. Rats out like I did when we met.
That's very, 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 very sweet. I am not, you're absolutely right. I am not hydrated enough to shed another tear. But thank you. That is very sweet. And that is very, very, very kind. Yes, I treasure our friendship massively. Okay, so back end of running TFD. Yes, although before I answer that question, Sabrina, I did the last one. Do you want to take this plug for what we're raising money for today?
Yes, we are raising money for Rainbow Railroad, an amazing organization that changes queer people's lives. It has helped relocate so many trans people from red states to blue states, which is as big as changing countries for trans people. There are whole states on the do not travel list for trans people where we are told not to visit, that I cannot visit right now. That I do not feel safe at. I would love to go to Dollywood, and if anyone wants to legislatively make that possible, you would change my life. But in the meantime, if I can't visit a place, no one should be living there. Certainly not youth, certainly not people without the resources to get themselves out. And relocation is not an easy lift. Relocation is incredibly difficult. It's one of the most traumatizing things you can go through. It is one of the most life-changing things you can go through. And these people are here to help the most at-risk people make that possible. So every single donation is moving the ball forward there. And I'm very, very thankful for this. And I'm thankful to Chelsea. I want to say Chelsea and I were on the phone sort of commiserating about the state of trans politics and discourse. And I was going on and on a tear about how literally nobody cares and nobody is doing anything, but they are talking about us a lot. And Chelsea was like, we could do something. And she masterminded this whole thing. And now she's here, not just changing my life, which she has done many times, but she's here changing lots of people's lives. And so every donation will help power that.
Thank you. Another donation. This is amazing. And yes, I will take a drink of water for every donation. That is my commitment. Gotta go get it. This is like a reverse drinking game. I'm like, I gotta hydrate with every donation.
Okay, Xena versus Buffy. Who would win? I have to give it to Buffy because she has more friends. But Xena, I think in a one-on-one, Xena would take Buffy easily. Her weaponry is just too powerful. And we're also talking about them at different stages of the show. Robert's back. Wow, Robert.
That's a big chug of water, Robert. I'm going to get water poisoning. Also, look at what my husband brought me for lunch. King behavior. Yay.
Oh, wow.
These are your favorite chips, Sabrina. They're the Tyrell's chive and onion. Or mature cheddar and chive.
I like the Tyrell's cheddar and chive, everybody. Second only to Tito's cheddar and onion.
Robert, if you're open to it, you should please email me. It's just Chelsea@thefinancialdiet.com. I'd love to send you a gift. You don't have to say yes, but
I will be right back, guys. I'm going to take a 2-second break now that Chelsea's back.
Yeah, go.
How do I do this? Okay.
I'm here to answer questions. I guess I'm doing an unprompted mukbang. Gosh, thank you. What is in my makeup bag? I'll tell you in one sec. Hold on. Let me take a bite of my sandwich. ASMR, yes. What is
Hello, everyone. I'm back. We sent the man on.
People are asking what's in the makeup bag. I'll tell you right now. Charlotte Tilbury Airbrush Concealer. Charlotte Tilbury Travel Mascara. Charlotte Tilbury Lip Gloss. NARS. I wear the same lipstick every single day of my life. That's my grandmother and me. I'll wear that shit until the cows come home. And it's the same color every single day, NARS Dolce Vita. I also do, I line with
Charlotte Tilbury Pillow Talk in medium. And then I have 2 different literally everything in my bag is Charlotte Tilbury except for my lipstick. These are Charlotte Tilbury eyeliners. What's in your makeup bag?
I mostly use House Labs. I absolutely adore House Labs. Lady Gaga has created many wonderful things, but she is first and foremost a chemist. And I use MAC too. I love MAC, and MAC is very supportive of the queer community. They are from the beginning. They have been supportive of the queer community. They've been especially supportive of trans women, and they make amazing products, quite obviously. And then other things I use, I love like a drugstore blush. I also like Rare Beauty, does some nice stuff. And I only use Skindinavia setting spray, the one and only Skindinavia setting spray. I like the bridal formula, but both are good. Big makeup secret, and I have purchased this for Chelsea. I love the meteorites. I forget what brand it is, but those meteorites that give you just a light, like hydrating highlight. Ooh, beautiful. I know that they were popular many years ago, but they should stay popular.
Person who's asking about the back end of TFD, do you have any specific questions? To the person asthmatic tuna lol. Yes, I do budget for charitable giving, but most of my giving comes in the form of direct or mutual aid. I do regularly donate to some charities, but a lot of my giving is just giving to individuals, which is not tax optimized, obviously, but you know, I think is often more important. Ideally, you do both, but
I try to, I'm not financially flush, so usually I'm on the other end of charity, but I will say I try to donate a lot of time and energy, and the reason that I work a nonprofit job for less money than I could get elsewhere is because I try to take it very seriously. I take it very, very seriously. Doing good work and being able to sleep at night.
These tomatoes on sandwiches are always escape artists.
Favorite Brody moments.
Well, I think the episode Double Down on Delusion is probably the single greatest episode of reality television. $100 from Darren.
Wow, Darren, great job and great name. We love that. Guys, we are rocketing towards 6K.
Where are we at right now?
We are at 5518.
That's huge. Mona.
Thanks.
I've not been drinking for the donations.
Let's see.
How do you identify charities that you find best to support? Also, a reminder, if you're donating, we want to prioritize your question, so just make sure that you specify that you donated. How do I find
What is a brand of hand soap you've posted about?
I don't remember. I don't remember posting about hand soap. I'm sure I must have, but
if you were going to invest 100 or 1,000 euro.
Thank you, Sarah.
What should you do?
If I had what?
If you were going to invest 1,000 euro, what would you immediately do?
Oh my God, so many donations are coming through.
Whoa.
I would probably just continue to invest in well-diversified index funds. Nothing fancy.
Bye, Sarah.
Oh, yes.
Love you.
Bye, Sarah.
Thank you for your generosity.
Thank you for your generosity. I can't wait to see you when I get back soon. I guess I have posted that I fill my Aesop bottles with a dupe soap, but I don't remember what it's called off the top of my head. Mwah, mwah, we love you. Folks are waking up. Yes, they're waking up, and the donations are coming through accordingly. Are there any other questions we missed that are from donors? Oh my gosh, another 50?
Thank you.
Wow. We're getting up
Guys,
to,
this is incredible.
we're going to hit 6,000 soon. This is very, very, very exciting.
We're changing people's lives, but you guys are also changing my outlook on humanity right now, because after the last 2 weeks on TikTok for trans women, this is very, very heartwarming, everyone.
Yeah, the speed is picked way up. Like for those who were here in the early hours of this stream, I was just straight up crying because I was like, no one's even going to donate. And I was like matching every other jump. But now it's like, it seems like it's taken off and people are starting to really donate much more organically. So that's really exciting because I was like, to be fair, I started it at 4:30 a.m. PST. So I do understand that a lot of people are definitely not awake at that time. So I will give that grace. However, I'm really, really glad to see it's picking up another 50. There we go. Element Brooklyn. Yeah, unfortunately, Holly, it's a catch-22 because we have guests and 2 of them are children. So I can't be up that late. Normally I would be up really late and I'm often up late for TFD stuff, but I couldn't swing it today. Oh my God, another 30 British pounds. That's going to be even closer to 40. No.
Damn, thank you. Thank you to the British. Finally coming through for me.
The children are not here, but honestly, they did run through on my member live. It was very, very cute. I will say, you want to know another secret, which is that you never realize how often you are air drying in your room because it's very hot and there's no AC. So you take a cold shower and air dry. You don't realize how frequently you do that until there are 2 small children that are just running through the house and opening up your door and coming into your room. I freaked out. Thank God Mark pulled them back at the very last second, but they were coming to run into the room and I was completely nude and I was just like, no, I'm naked. And
they're memorable summer with Aunt Chelsea.
They're adorable children. They're so sweet. They love their favorite place to come in the house is in our room, and they love to just stand there while I get ready. So they're very sweet to have at the house. Oh my gosh, Robert, again? You must email me, Robert. You must. It's just Chelsea at thefinancialdiet.com. Are you based in the US? Oh my gosh, Robert, you're absolutely killing me.
Our king or queen, depending, possibly monarch. Farscape. Have you ever watched Farscape? I hear great things, but I have not personally delved into the cool, refreshing waters of Farscape.
Thank you so much, Cinnamon Cheesecake. And good night.
And Chelsea is a wonderful ally, kick-ass ally to the trans community. And Chelsea is the best kind of ally because she is both personally accountable, but also does public work, which would be very easy to avoid. And I will say also Chelsea is incredible at coming to me and asking questions, which I think in general don't make your learning experience trans people's work, but Chelsea knows that there's an open door at all times, and she usually is the first person to ask clarifying questions or for insight, and I think that's a huge part of being a good ally, is finding people who are comfortable with you doing that and having them help you navigate learning about our community, which is a very big and complex community. New Yorker Robert.
Wow, we love to see it. What is my favorite perfume? It's a fragrance by L'Artisan Parfumeur, which is a French perfume house that's on the smaller side, and it's one of their botanical ones, but I can't remember the name off the top of my head. Oh, and I also love DS by DS and Durga. That is my other favorite fragrance, hands down.
These cakes so cute.
All right, guys, we are officially a hair over $100 away from 6,000. As a reminder, we are here to raise money specifically for the offer. They help people who are seeking asylum, people who are refugees, people who are moving within the U.S., which, as we know, moving from a red state to a blue state in this country is as significant as moving from one country to another. And
They do research, they help support legislation and back legislation to help LGBTQIA people throughout the country who are especially now more than ever being heavily discriminated against in work, in employment, in all of the areas, in housing, in all of the areas that it is crucial to just make a living and live a normal life. As we know right now, there's just massive fear mongering and propaganda going on, especially toward the trans community. And it is just an easy, cheap scapegoat. But as we were saying earlier on this feed, if you guys missed it, we are being sold a lot of enemies right now, but nobody in the queer community, let alone trans people, are the reason that you can't pay your bills, that gas is too expensive, that any of these problems are happening. Same is true for immigrants. Same is true for all of these other groups that are constantly being scapegoated in this country. So please, let's all just from a financial perspective, try to focus as much as possible on what the actual issues at play here are. That is corporate takeover of almost every industry. That is obviously wealth inequality that is worse today than it was during the Gilded Age. And that is also the fact that we live, as we discussed earlier in the chat, in a gerontocracy where you basically can't even serve in Congress until you're 100 years old and you no longer care about what's happening in the world. And honestly, I think I've started to believe that some of the boomers in our government just want to burn it on the way out because they don't want the world to continue to exist without them. They're like, if I leave the party, I'm going to set fire to it. But yeah, that's what we're raising money for here. So every single dollar, whether it's $1 or 100, or we had $1,000 donation in this stream, which sent me crying for 10 whole minutes. So, do it again with caution. But whatever donation you make today goes to an incredibly, incredibly important cause. That is what we're here to do. That is why I am now on hour 3 and 37 minute of a live stream, and I'm going to keep it going. We're going to keep it moving. And thank you, Anonymous, for your 20 Canadian dollar donation. And yes, if you are watching from a location that is not letting you donate, consider using a VPN. If you are on your phone and it's not showing an ability to donate, consider switching to your laptop. That will allow you to make a donation. Some people just want to see the world burn. It's true. It's absolutely true. Your best friend who's trans just moved from Missouri to Chicago for law school. That's amazing. Shy City, as someone is saying, that is true. And Chicago, is it the University of Chicago? Because that's an insanely nice school. What are my Chicago recs? I know it's really corny to say Loyola Law. That's also a really good school. I want to say it's corny, but it's good for a reason, is the architectural boat tour. I've rarely been so delighted as the 2.5 hours I spent on the architectural boat tour in Chicago. It is truly an amazing tour. And it's also really just fun. And if you do it during good weather, obviously don't do it in the dead of winter, but if you do it in nice weather, it's really beautiful. As a hot dog lover, I highly recommend a Chicago dog. You can also get a Chicago veggie dog if you are a vegetarian. It might actually be vegan because I don't think there's any cheese or anything on it. I love Portillo's. Can't say I don't love Portillo's. I just love Chicago. I've never had a bad time in Chicago. It's one of my favorite cities to visit in the whole wide world.
And on theme, I will recommend the Chicago Boys Town, a great gay neighborhood. $50 from Anonymous.
Woo!
Let's go, Anonymous.
Wait, we're $50 away from 6,000. Can somebody get us over the edge? I've budgeted 2 more times to put us over the edge. Wait, I have to check my budget. But I budgeted a few more times, but I want us to use the chat to get us over this one. Hold on. Where am I at? Right. Okay. Yes, combination of salt and donations bringing me back to life. That is exactly right. I'm currently at 500, well, technically a little more because I kicked us off just to test it, but I'm basically at 500 euro donated. I budgeted 750 euro to donate, but I want to deploy them strategically to help keep getting people over the edge. So can someone take us over 6,000, and then I'll take us over 7,000, which will put us really, really close to the halfway point, which is that's when things start to really, the game changes, is at the halfway point. In my experience, having done a fair amount of fundraisers. We're just looking for $50 and that can come piecemeal. Someone can swoop in and save the day. But I would really, really love to see that 6,000. I want to see that the front of this number. I've been, fighting for my life in this heat for 3.5 hours. So anyone?
Yeah, Chelsea can probably see the pool from where she is. So you guys are really busy. You're seeing a woman psychologically battle demons right now.
No, literally. And then I'm gonna, hell yeah! Someone got us over the edge. Let's fucking go. CL Cortelu. If you have a question, please ask it. We are now over $6,000. We need to get to $7,000. We're gonna do that by hook or by crook. I'm also gonna talk to. Obviously I have to max out my personal budgeted donations, but I'm also gonna talk to our financial manager here at the company to see how much we can afford to give a little boost as a company. Because I want to make sure we're really maxing it out to get as close as possible to our goal by the end of the live stream. I'm a broke freelancer, but I support this cause by helping my friend plan her studio apartment. I love it, and no shame in that game. We are all working with what we have.
Who would win in a fight, Ninja Turtles or Power Rangers? I'm going to jump in here and say, unfortunately, it is the Power Rangers. I love the Turtles. Pink Ranger's my favorite of all the Rangers, but they do have robots. So with the Zords, I think that, unfortunately, those turtles would become turtle soup. Which is unfortunate because they have such delicious-looking pizza.
Was there anything specific that spurred this live stream? I mean, really just like the never-ending barrage of hatred, misinformation, and propaganda against queer people generally and trans people specifically. Like, it's just, I was saying earlier on the live stream, like, I feel like every time I open TikTok now is like, it's like anti-bisexual conversations, anti-trans conversations, anti-gay man conversations. Like, I really believe that our social media feeds are so compromised, and like, especially leading up to the midterms, like the attempted division and pushing people toward the right wing that is using the queer community as a wedge issue is like very scary. And it's also very just like cognitively dissonant for me to see how well it's working on people who I genuinely think consider themselves progressive. And also, like, I think that there's just this very strange sort of, like, they're almost reframing their talking points as like being weirdly woke. Like, there's been so much conversation. Like, another example is like the amount of conversation that's been had around like, these men are secretly gay. I'm like, what year is it? What millennia is it?
I know. I really thought we left these conversations in the Will and Grace era, and we have not. It is all coming back around in a really shocking way. And the number of people I counted as feminists, who I counted as like real feminists, who I counted as allies to the trans community, that in this past week are now making videos that are like, I support trans people, but it's crazy. Like, and the things that they're arguing over, I mean, I usually say, because everyone has a gender, they think that they're experts on gender. Everyone has their own way of seeing themselves, and I think trans people threaten that. And I think it requires empathy to look and see someone's experience and put yourself outside of yourself and say, yes, I feel comfortable in my body, and if I was to transition, I imagine it would only be for these reasons. But that's not how the world works. And some people's experience is different than yours. Some people have different relationships with their bodies and their mind and with society. And the complete erasure of trans women's experiences is shocking. I mean, the number of male socialization or the idea that like I am a drag queen of some kind is insane to me. I was not male socialized. This is another discourse happening. I was not male socialized. I was a girl living the worst experience a young girl could live. trapped in a prison, and I have a woman's experience if she was trapped in a men's prison, and it was awful. And that is a valid female experience. It is a valid experience for a young girl to have. And the projection of of cis men's bad deeds on average as a whole, like let's just talk numbers about domestic violence, let's talk numbers about sexual assault, are projected onto trans women, and trans women are not men on premise. We're literally not men. And to watch that narrative reemerge from voices that I used to trust has been very unsettling. But this right here is giving me hope. We are at $6,000. We are so close to halfway. It's really turning my mood around, and I needed this really bad. Chelsea can tell you I spent a week in France just having great days, but occasionally being really having my bubble popped every time I open TikTok.
Absolutely. There's some stuff happening in the comments here. Anna Kasparian's turn to the right wing is so disappointing. What a fall from grace.
What an idiot.
The worst. Also, this is adorable. Carter says, I'm fortunate to have made it to retirement last month in good financial shape as the father of a trans woman and ex-husband of a late-in-life lesbian. My thanks to Rainbow Railroad. Oh,
yes.
Carter. That is lovely.
Rainbow Railroad changing lines.
That is lovely. Also, I've gotten approval from our financial manager that we can donate, TFD can donate $2,500 on the live stream. So once we get to once we get to 7,500, TFD is going to take us over the edge to get us over 10,000, so that all we have to do at this next little push here is get us to 7,500, and then we'll take us over 10K, which will put us in an awesome position. And listen, we're going to keep it going as long as we can. But even just ending the live on 5 figures is already huge and already well on our way to our goal. And we'll keep the fundraiser going. So definitely, if you've been thinking of donating and you want a really powerful match behind that, please consider giving soon, because our company also, so most companies do engage in some kinds of charitable giving. It's also a good reminder, everyone, to see if your company will match your donation. This is a charity. They are tax deductible. So it is easier than you think. We've already had several people in the live stream who've gotten their companies to match their donations. Consider asking that. Also consider sharing this live stream, passing it to someone in your life who this issue is very close to their heart, and they're very likely to want to donate. Thank you, another $50. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right.
Whoa, thank you again, Lee.
Wow.
So seriously.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Emmett. Thank you for trying. Lee says, I'm in the Army, and it was extremely disheartening to witness trans soldiers being forced out of serving the country. The LGBT community is serving for years. 100%. You can get 3X from your company. Well, go get it. $20 from Hillary. Thank you so much. We're really starting to ramp up here, guys. This is very exciting. Another $100. Oh my God, we're going to make it to 7,500 faster than I thought. I'm supposed to activate our financial manager once we're at 7,500, so she can take us over the 10K mark. Let me tell her.
I will also say, yes, the military stuff is really difficult for me because inordinate amounts of trans people at much higher rates than cis people serve. There's many reasons for that, including a lot of people think that it will help their dysphoria if they become a more embodied version of the gender that they actually are not, and that usually ends poorly. I've known multiple people who have done this who thought if they became the most macho man available, they would stop being women. That is not true. And trans men also a heavy presence in the military. And to watch people who have spent 20, 30 years serving and then to be kicked out and have their everything that they've earned taken away from them and to have their skills thrown to the wayside. I don't agree with everything the U.S. military does, but those people certainly made good on their promises, and the government has abandoned them, and it is shocking. And honestly, if you want a great employee, hire a trans employee. We are very dedicated. Thank you, Hillary and Darren. Wow.
And another amazing donation from Robert, which, by the way, Robert, I didn't see your email. Double check that it's chelsea@thefinancialdiet.com, because I have a gift I want to send you. So make sure that you double check that email. I don't want to lose contact. Also,
oh, wow.
What?
I was going to say, oh, wow. And CL has said that their daughter is going into the family business. Her mother and them are United Methodist clergy. I think that that's beautiful. Trans people being welcomed into spiritual spaces is a rarity, unfortunately, and that is a really beautiful thing to offer, because we are, you can look throughout history, we are a very spiritually tapped in community, and yeah, progressive religious leaders, as Holly is saying, are huge.
Yes, Hope. I've already reached out to Rainbow Railroad to see if they would come on the channel. So hopefully they will. Usually people do from the charities that we work with. We're also, just a FYI, I'm going to be doing another fundraiser near the holiday time with the food bank that I worked with on my book tour. So we're also going to be doing that come holidays, because obviously food banks are incredibly overburdened during the holiday season. So that's what we're going to be focusing on next. But absolutely, we would definitely love to have them on the channel. Also, Carter, we absolutely love a woke church. There's truly nothing better in this world than faith leaders and spiritual spaces that are truly just like places to welcome. And like, I'm someone who is surfing always a very difficult wave with Christianity in particular, because of my own family stuff and where everyone's landing on that, and the role that notably like Catholicism has played and all of that. And, you know, sometimes you really see the worst of it. And it's really just very nice to see people who, you know, I humbly submit, live the way Christ would have lived, or did live rather, because we know he was real. We can debate divinity. That's not the space for this, but suffice to say, you know, if even a little bit of what we read is true, like clearly this is not anyone who would ever turn someone away, or who would not be welcoming and loving and want as many people as possible to come to the faith. I didn't say I was Christian. I'm definitely in an agnostic space as far as it goes. My family is Christian.
Recovering Catholics. Yeah, we are two recovering Catholics. I am a witch, not just as a pun.
My sister. So also my lore is that I was heavy into Young Life and campaigners and like evangelicalism and stuff when I was growing up. Oops, we fell. But my family has a very mixed bag relationship with Catholicism. I mean, as does my husband's family. I mean, it's a little bit of everything. But suffice to say, a lot of times, those of us millennials who have a lot of religious influence in life weren't always necessarily raised with the best example of it. And it feels, I think, very lovely to see a better possibility. I'm agnostic, but I go to a woke church where my pastors are a woman and a trans man. I just sent my pastor for the stream link. Thank you, Hope. We love that. Yeah, I think I've been talking about this with my husband. I kind of want to get back on the woke church train, but we'll see. I used to go to also, I don't know if anyone else used to do this, but I used to love going to the Unitarian Universalist church. It was such a banger every time.
I love them.
I agree. Way too few Christians act like Jesus. That's true. I mean, listen, I think, to be honest with you, all the Abrahamic religions are really kind of in their struggle era on a lot of fronts. I do, you know, it's interesting. I was talking to Anita from Just Getting Good, who a lot of you have watched and loved. She's in a spiritual practice of Buddhism, and listening to her talk about that and the way that it's factored into her life journey has been really, really interesting. I really love hearing about how spirituality factors into people's lives. But it's definitely a mixed bag for sure. And I just really hate the version of it that we so often see on the main stage in the US, or how it impacts our society or our politics. It's a real bummer, because I think it could be so much better.
And I do want to say, I know so many progressive Catholics and so many Catholics who do not follow the current doctrine of the Catholic Church, although I will say this Pope has been making nice strides as they occasionally do. And I know so many wonderful Catholics. I have so many good relationships with wonderful Catholics. Catholicism, obviously not for me. I am a bitch, as I said, but these people, their voices go unheard in the Catholic Church, and I think that that's really crazy and awful. Yes, Tug!
Tug!
$20 from Tug!
Just as a reminder, we're getting close to 6,500. Well, Jessica, no need to be rude, but we're getting close to 6,500. And once we get to 7,500, TFD is going to take us over the edge over 10,000. So please, 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 if you've been thinking about donating or sending this to someone who might donate, please go ahead and do that. We really, really want to get as close to our goal on this live stream as possible. We may not be able to make it all the way to 15K, but we're going to do our damnedest to get pretty close to it. And yeah, UU churches are such a vibe. Another $30 from K Badger. We love to see that. Hell yeah.
Incredible. Yeah, Chicago Pope. The United States making the best Pope.
I love that the Pope has almost certainly had Portillo's. Robert again! Anonymous!
Robert and Anonymous.
Oh my gosh.
We're so close, guys. We are so close.
Yeah, this is amazing. Robert, this is truly so generous. Thank you so much, Robert. You have really made all of our days. Okay. I got your email, so we're all good on that. Robert on a generational run. I agree. That is so kind. What was I going to say?
Yes, Kara.
Ooh, just a reminder, if anyone has a question and they did donate, please, and we didn't answer it, please go ahead and post it again so that we can make sure to give preferential treatment to the donors' questions. It would be so great to see a trans woman on Just Getting Good. So we actually, for last season, we reached out to several trans women specifically for that purpose. Unfortunately, due to either availability or location or scheduling or what have you, we weren't able to get someone on this season, but that is definitely a very, very high priority for next season. For context, Just Getting Good is a particularly difficult show to schedule for because we're not typically speaking to people who are like media personalities. So, for example, we started from a list of like 300 women. Thank you again, Robert. Last season just to get 8. And like a lot of them, it's like very difficult to coordinate. They don't even like really use like Google Calendar and stuff like that. So it's been touch and go, but that is definitely a huge priority. We also really would like to get more women specifically, I would really love to have a woman in the trades. That's something that we really haven't had, especially speaking from an economic perspective. And a few other specific categories that are just subjects that we haven't really been able to touch on. We were able to touch on a woman in that age bracket dealing with debt, although people were not very nice to her. So I don't regret bringing her on because I loved her, but the comments were very harsh. So I'm also just like very protective over our guests, and I really don't like when people are mean. No, $100.
Whoa, great job, Nell. Robert and Nell. I will also point out, guys, that booking older trans women is a difficult thing, and this can circle back to Rainbow Railroad's work. Trans women are at high risks and have difficult mortality rates. So becoming a trans elder is a real uphill battle, and a lot of those women have done so by avoiding specifically comment sections. So it might be a hard thing to book, but that's why the effort is being put into it. And you can help support trans people to make it to that age. At 37 years old, there is a myth that trans women only live till 35, but I don't think it's completely unfounded. I am already a trans elder, and look at this skin, thanks to the scientists in Korea. But yeah, to find older trans women stories and lift them up, if you guys can do that, that is huge. We do not have a lot of representation in the media. A lot of attention does not go to us. Thank you, Emmett. I agree.
Yes. There's also some other
content that we're currently working on that I'm not going to like overly talk about because we're still in the early stages, but suffice to say, we are definitely really trying to expand our catalog as much as possible in 2027. Just in terms of like the types of financial stories we're having on the channel. There's like a lot, I think we've done a good amount to get a lot of different people on talking about a lot of different things, but I think there's still a lot more that we can do. So we're always, and if you have specific ideas of things you want to see on the channel, always feel free to drop me an email. You feel like a trans elder at 37. Yeah.
Yeah, and I will say this comment here from Scarlett says my 27-year-old nephew is a trans elder in his community. Yes, I mean I have been a trans elder since a shockingly young age, but it's very rewarding to be a trans elder because so many young girls have come to me, so many people whose eggs crack and they don't know what to do are able to come to you, and it is the joy of my life. I don't have kids, but I do have that community, and yeah, it's been very, very rewarding. And I value the young women that are in my life so highly. They have kept me sane as much as I have been able to offer them. And connecting people of different generations in the trans community is particularly difficult. A lot of trans people are not able to be as open about their transition or about their identities, and it makes it harder for us to connect. Also in public, we don't know if anyone knows what clocking is. In public, trans people in general don't point out to other trans people that we know they're trans for obvious reasons. So it is hard to get us all together. So being able to do that is huge, and I salute your nephew, truly, hats off.
We were on a little bit of a streak there for a while with donations, but they have kind of gone a little quiet. So just a reminder, if you're just tuning in, we are trying to get to the $7,500 mark so that TFD will then take us over 10K, which is a really, really important goal, is to get this in the 5 figures. Robert!
Hold on, Robert, this is for you, Robert.
Ah, bubbles.
Bubbles for Robert.
Robert, can the chat
fried bubbles too?
Can the chat know a little bit about you, Robert? We know that you live in New York. We know that your name is Robert, theoretically. Can we learn a little bit about who you are? This incredibly generous donor.
Here's Salem. Everybody say hi to Salem.
Hi. And yes, we are also looking for anyone else who can hop on Robert's incredibly generous donation train. I'm also going to be doing a few more pushover donations. So when we get close to that 7,500 mark, I can push us over a little bit, and then TFD can really push us over the big 10K mark. I understand. Listen, just trying to pay is already huge. Again, every single dollar that goes to this cause is incredibly, incredibly helpful. And like I said, if for whatever reason you are not in a position to be donating, trust me, we've all been there. So please feel free to just pass this along, or even just being in the chat, being in the stream, saying hello, asking questions, keeping it going, sending emojis. All of those things are really, really, really helpful. I'm going to be right back in 1 second. Hopefully when I get back, there will be a surprise of more donations.
Hello, everybody. Yes, this is Salem. We were asking about him earlier. He is not even a year old. He is wonderful, but also kind of a terror. He's at that age where he's like a toddler with knives for fingers. Kelsey actually got me Salem as a birthday present this year, so we all thank Chelsea for that. He was much needed in my life. I lost my other kitty, Diana, this year at a very difficult time, and Salem has come in to keep me warm. I'm so glad to have a nice home to be able to offer him. I did consider transing my cat. I thought I would probably make Fox News if I did that. I was very excited about that idea, but we did not follow through. There's still time, I guess. He could come out at any moment. Thank you, Anonymous. $20. Wow. Thank you, Anonymous. We should get him a little flag to wear. We should get him a little trans. I'm getting him good at wearing clothes. That's currently my battle. He needs to be in a Halloween costume. He can't be Salem Saberhagen if he's not dressing up for the bit.
Oh my gosh, we got another donation. Anonymous, thank you.
Thank you, Hope. Shake that partner down in more ways than one.
Yes,
Hi,
everyone.
Jamie.
Oh my gosh, Kara's here. Kara Perez. Oh my gosh, hello. Do not worry. You can do it on your phone, or you can do it on your computer whenever you have a second. Also, everyone say hi. She's one of our regular creators. Robert again? Oh my gosh.
Robert, more bubbles for you.
Oh my gosh. Robert, known as Robert Stack Online Only, non-binary, any pronouns, on HRT, New York born and raised, free Palestine, free Sudan, free people of the Congo, free Cuba, arm the dolls. Wow, Robert.
We should hang out, Robert. Let's get a drink. You seem so cool. Or coffee. I don't know what your vibe is.
Yeah, Robert. Yes, Robert.
I'm obsessed with Robert. I really can't even get over it.
Robert, are you
Armed
in?
dolls is right. The only people who should have access to firearms in this country are dolls, and we should all have rose gold Glocks.
Yes, Robert, no one wants you to compromise your anonymity, so feel free to decline to answer. But out of curiosity, what industry do you work in? Such a generous, well, I should say like royal.
Monarch.
Is that a phone? So like
A fax.
telecommunications?
Fax. Like fax. That's cute.
Oh, fax. Oh. Magnanimous. Yes, a true icon. Now, when you say New York, are you in NYC or are you like greater New York area? Because we have some like upstate kings and queens and royals in this Slack or in this chat. Let me go get Mona. Yeah. Mona.
I have lived, it's not upstate, but the farthest upstate I lived was Poughkeepsie. I went to Marist University. We love upstaters.
Mona. There you are. Nice.
If someone donates $100, I will tell you a very funny story about how I have influenced Chelsea's brain in regards to trans discourse. It is very funny. But you're only getting that story for $100. Hey, listen, interaction's interaction. Don't spam it to the degree that it's disrupting the chat. But if you want to talk, please talk. Engagement is engagement. That is the one benefit of being trans on the internet. You will get engagement. And if you use the right apps, you will get an engagement. Robert, short answer, security. Long answer, everything security adjacent. Born in Western New York, but I work in NYC. Well, Robert, I feel very secure around you.
Stop, Robert!
Wow! Wow! Okay, well now I have to tell the story.
Wait, also, can I just say, no one is having a worse day than Mona, who is not used to having small children, now having 2 small children who love nothing more than chasing her around the house.
Okay, so the story is, and this is my favorite thing, and I reference it to the point that it's probably not funny anymore. Chelsea was on, I think it was Instagram, and she posted a picture of Mark in her very happy life. And thank you, Eugenia, $20. And someone wrote underneath there, trade lives with me. And Chelsea sent me a screenshot of it and was like, I am so brain rotted. Thanks to my constant slang that she thought it said trade lives with me.
Also, like what gets recommended onto my feed, of course.
Yeah, totally. I thought that was very funny, and now you say trade lives with me.
Trade lives with me. It was so funny. It's so funny. My TikTok algorithm has been so shaped by you, and then also by my friend Jihan, who's Muslim, and so I get like that content, but then I also get like intra-Muslim like conversation TikTok all the time. So there's a lot happening in my feed because we're always sending. Oh my God, 200!
Anonymous, we love you, Anonymous. Wow, 200.
We are so close to 7,500, and as a reminder, let me go ahead and tell our financial manager to log on. Okay, so log on to the live so that when we hit 75,
$50 from Anonymous. We're at 7,200, guys.
Okay, she's joining the live shortly.
Oh my God. Hi,
Elsie,
Elsie.
thank
Thank you. So nice to see you in here. Always such an amazing presence. We're getting so close to 7,500. Anyone who was here at the beginning of this live remembers how sinister the vibes were. And now look at this. Who would have thought?
Squiddly boobs, $50.
Squiddly boops. Not squiddly boops.
Obsessed with you, squiddly boobs.
Oh, thank you, EMH. No, I understand. The thing is, I forget who said this, but they were like posting on Instagram. Oh, it was my friend Mackenzie said, posting on Instagram feels like walking into a high school reunion with an album of photos. It's just so embarrassing. Whereas like TikTok, I'm like, I don't know you people, so I should do it more though. Kara, thank you. Oh, thank you so much. Also, everyone should go watch her videos. Oh my God, Robert!
Robert, what?
Ah!
Wow, we have passed 7,500 thanks to Robert. Wow.
Oh my gosh, this is amazing. Robert, you truly are the GOAT. And yes,
Obsessed with Robert.
obsessed with Robert. We are so excited. Heather, our financial manager, is logging on. She's going to take us over 10K. I think we'll hit 15K. And if you were here at the beginning of this live, that did not seem possible. But here we are. Here we are. And it is going to happen sooner rather than later. We're just waiting for her to make the donation.
I donated $20, and I don't know if that anonymous was me or not, but if it wasn't, thank you, anonymous. And if it was, thank you, me.
Yes. How long is this live stream going? Until about 2:30 p.m., not 2:30 a.m. Holly. Until about 2:30 p.m. Eastern. But yeah, I know it's so exciting. Well, Henna, get ready because TFT is coming in with our donation, so we're going to take it well over 10,000, and then I think we actually might round the corner and hit the goal, which I didn't read your comment, Holly. It says 2:30 a.m. I shan't be gaslit in my own live. Yes, emoji engagement is also incredibly important. Wait, Holly, am I losing my mind? If I look at your comment, it says until about 2:30 a.m. Is anyone else seeing that?
I'm seeing ET. I'm seeing ET, and I will not have Holly be dragged across the
No. This is crazy. I'm screen capping it and putting it into Slack, Holly. This is insane.
It says ET to me.
Wait, hold on. It keeps moving. I can't screenshot it. Okay, there we go. I see ET. I see AM. Okay, I can't put a picture in here, but I'm putting it in Holly's Slack so she can see what I'm saying. Hold on. Look, this is crazy.
I mean, I'm just going to turn this camera around and show people that it says ET.
But I screenshotted it.
Is that working?
Wait, thank you. Wait, no, but Sabrina, I'm bringing this close to your eyes. Until about 2:30 a.m.
I have no explanation for this. YouTube AI has to be at work here. The only thing you should be using AI for is... Whoa!
That's crazy. It literally has two different, it shows two different texts. I think it's AIing. Oh, hi, Gordon. Welcome.
For AI is librarian, guys. That's what I use it for at work. It makes a really good librarian.
Wow. It is using AI translation. Because mine also has changed the words. That's crazy.
That is crazy.
Okay.
Wow, that's diabolical.
As a reminder, we are still waiting for our beloved Heather to come in and take us over 10K, but we are, at this point, we are now really cruising toward that ultimate goal, which I would like personally so love to reach early, because then I could hit a little nippy nap before dinner, which I will desperately need. But yeah, we have, and I'm very delighted because our house guests are making dinner tonight, so I can just completely conk out until dinner is on the table. Love a disco nap. Me too.
guys.
Any advice for people who still worry about not earning enough despite being on sound financial footing? Inflation and wage stagnation overshadow the value of time spent laboring. I mean, I was thinking about that earlier today, just like that feeling of like, at a certain point, you have to just say like enough. If you have enough, you have enough, right? And I think like, just like Americans all need to kill the inner cop in their heads, they also need to kill the inner monopoly man in their heads. That's always like more. And I think it's just about constantly checking in with yourself to be like, are my needs met? Am I saving? Do I have a budget and I'm sticking to it? Like those kind of questions. Okay, getting live updates from, she just said, be right back. Getting live updates from our financial manager, Heather. She says the card was declined because the donation was too big. So she's working around it. We are still coming through with this donation. Do not worry. Squiddly Boops, once again, with $50. We're having some bank issues at TFD. I assume, think that this is a fraudulent charge. Card declined. Yeah, but we're coming back.
That's crazy.
I mean, to be fair, giving $2,500 to a YouTube live stream, I'm sure they're like, what in the Andrew Tate is this?
Card declined. That's so Charlie XCX though.
Yeah. I like every time I've donated on this live stream, every single time they make me go back and do the like multi-factor authentic, the three-factor authentication every single time.
Wow, we are over 10K even visually now. This is so powerful.
Wait, what?
I can't believe this, guys.
Oh, wait, it went through? It went through? Wait, it went through? Oh my God. Wait, Heather.
Wow, guys.
It's Sabrina's turn to cry in the club.
I'm like so overwhelmed right now.
That's amazing. I did the same. I just like left the live stream for like 10 minutes when someone donated $1,000, which I'm sure Robert has also done since in smaller increments, which is just as amazing. Thank you, Heather. Yeah, I wish we could see it in the chat, but everyone say thank you, Heather, and thank you, Gordon. We also just got a donation from Gordon. That's so amazing. Yay! This is such...
Sorry, I disappeared, guys. That was my HRT delivery right on time for the 10K.
That's hilarious. That is hilarious. Thank you so much. Okay.
Wow. This is so beautiful.
As a reminder, we are here today to raise money for the Rainbow Railroad, which is an incredibly important organization helping LGBTQIA plus individuals in America and around the world relocate, get settled and safe in their next can be moving from one country to another. They work with refugees, they work with asylum seekers. It can also be from moving to a red state to a blue state. They are an incredibly important organization. They have helped over 45,000 people. They do advocacy and research work to help pass better legislation, to help protect LGBTQIA plus people in housing, in employment, in all of the areas that help them set up and live healthy lives and be safe and happy. As we know here in America, for all queer people, but especially for trans people, the difference between moving from a red to blue state is like the difference from moving from one country to another. I cannot overstate how crucial this service is right now. And again, they have been around for 20 years. They've helped over 45,000 people. They are a really, really good organization. So whether you can donate $1, $1,000, or anything in between, everything goes right to them. YouTube pays the fees. We take nothing. It all goes to the Rainbow Railroad in one big donation. And then they get to use it for this incredibly important work that they do. So please, please, please consider giving a quick donation. We really want to make it to our $15,000 goal today. I hope we will. I think we can do it. But, you know, it will take everyone, you know, really coming together. I want to, again, give a huge shout out to our semi-anon friend, Robert, who has been such a steadfast donor. Thank you again, Kai Playlist. Thank you, Nor the Way. No other way. We also have our still to this moment anonymous donor who gave us $1,000, which made me cry and sent me into the other room for a few minutes. We have obviously our absolute hero, Robert. We have so many people who've come through and donated all kinds of money and also shared all of their personal stories. We are now at 4 hours and 19 minutes. And it's just, I mean, it's really picking up speed. We've got more people in the chat now. We're really, I think we're going to make it to 15,000 in one live stream, which is, yes, exactly. Robert is really the hero that Gotham needed today. So also as a reminder, if you've donated, please make sure to specify that if you ask a question so that we can make sure to prioritize your questions. I'm here with my friend and friend of TFD, Sabrina, who was actually the person who suggested this charity as one of the places that we want to work with. And we were so grateful that they were also already set up on the back end of YouTube to receive these donations, because unfortunately, one of the tough things about raising money for charity on YouTube is that not that many charities are set up on the back end and approved by YouTube to receive them. So we're often very limited in the ones that we can work with. And by the way, I want to stress, if you can't donate or if you can't donate as much as you would want to, do not worry. Just being here, saying hi, sending an emoji, all of that is hugely, hugely, hugely helpful. Every second helps. Every comment helps. Every heart helps. Please just, keep going. And I think we're going to do it. I think that we're so back. I'm going to do a donation once we get close to the $11,000 mark. I'm going to do a donation myself. I have another, I believe, 250 euros that I've budgeted to donate personally. So I'm going to do that once we get close to the 11K mark, just to, keep us going. I just switched to Monarch and I'm loving it. Is there some kind of testimonial from people? Oh, that is so cute. Luke Rosario. Yeah, I mean, if you, I think, well, we have some TFD team members in the chat. They can just screenshot what you're saying. That alone is very helpful, because then we can share it on social media and be like, you see, we're real. And people actually do it.
Anonymous.
We got another $20 from Anonymous. Okay, it's the end of the month. Here's my cue for both of you. What is your favorite part of your friendship? I would say the laughs. I would say the laughs.
Yeah, the laughs. I will say the necessary phone calls when we are both at the edge, the hot girl walks, and Christmas. Chelsea makes a beautiful Christmas Eve, like unbelievable. You would gasp at what it looks like and how it tastes. But it's hard to pick a favorite part. It's every day Chelsea surprises and supports me. This whole thing is, I'm so emotional. This whole thing is so beautiful.
You are so allowed to be emotional. It's like a relay race. I was crying at the beginning and you'll be crying at the end. Thank you to everyone. Yes, the chat engagement is hugely, hugely helpful. All of this is extremely helpful. But the laughter is definitely, I just value laughter so much in life. And like laughter is just, I mean, it's so corny to say, but it is really the best medicine. Like nothing makes life feel more worth living than just laughing and having these like very, just like the kind of laughs where you're just crying because it's so funny and you like can't catch a breath. Like that's what I live for. So having a friend that I always have so many amazing laughs with is just, it's such a gift. Because life is, life can be heavy. And so it's nice to have a little bit of lightness. And I also, to Sabrina's point, like I've not had the easiest past few years as it pertains to family stuff. Thank you for all these donations. They are so appreciated. Again, if you have a question and you've donated, please go ahead and add it to the chat. But I have not always had the easiest time these past few years with family stuff. So I sometimes can find myself, a little alone on certain holidays. So like last year I had a holiday with just friends, and that was really, really lovely. And we had a wonderful day. This year I'm so excited because my sister and her husband and 3 daughters are going to come to New York and spend Christmas with us. And we're going to, anytime those girls come to New York, I'm like, the propaganda starts. I'm like, American Girl doll, Rockefeller Center, Central Park, whatever, like get those girls to fall in love with New York City. So I'm really excited to have family, but I'm also excited to like share my family and my friends. Like they're all going to stay at our neighbor's house, who's a friend of ours. We're going to invite some other friends to come and just have a really beautiful blended Christmas. So that's also to have, family away from family is, and we have some people who are experiencing family estrangement due to queerness and things like that. So yes, you can get a quick hello from Mona. Sabrina, will you see in the chat if there's any donor questions we missed?
Let me see.
Mona.
Someone asking how they can support me. Support TFD. I do some work on TFD. I help write certain videos. I think I have some more stuff coming up. So support TFD, and you can find me at Magical Girl Sabrina on Instagram. And I post on Mastodon, which nobody else does, but it's better than Blue Sky. And God forsake Twitter. Monarch, we love Monarch. Like, again, I can only do marketing or ads for things I actually like, and Monarch is true. Agent Carter, Veronica Mars. Veronica Mars. I am a marshmallow till I die. That's the only GoFundMe or Kickstarter or whatever I've ever supported that wasn't for a regular person. Let's see, where else? Quick question. I got Monarch because of TFD, but it doesn't connect with half of my student loans. Does anyone have any solutions for that? I'm not sure. I'm not a Monarch expert, diva, but I also know that their team is very responsive. So if you're having any issues, feel free to reach out. I'm sure that's something that they can work on.
If you email your specific question, we can probably put you in touch with someone.
Chelsea is one of my favorite people on the internet. You're right. And Chelsea is one of my favorite people on the planet, period. Chelsea is my chosen family for a very, very good reason.
Period. The first husband in the chat, Mr. Financial Diet himself.
Thank you, Marion Nico, for €20.
We love to see some euros in the chat. That really, and also I just want to remind everyone who's joining us internationally, this is a global charity. So they work in the US and Canada, but they work internationally. They work with asylum seekers and refugees from all over the world. Like, so anywhere that you're writing in from is probably in some big or small way impacted by the work that Rainbow Railroad is doing every day. So please do remember that. It's not just going to an American charity. And that was also part of what we really wanted, was to have a more global approach with this one, just because, as we know, like the dangers and discrimination of being a queer person does not end or start at any one border. I saw your book.
I will say, someone talked about just getting good healed their fear of aging. And I want to say, like, me too, Chelsea did a live podcast event that I was at where we had, it was like Divas Live with incredible older women. And I was like, man, my future is so bright. My future is so bright. It really has given me hope. And between that and the Golden Girls, not and Just Like That. That's doomerism.
And Just Like That feels AI generated to me.
Do not besmirch AI like that. Only humans can make something so diabolically evil. Kay Diaz personally set back the trans community decades, I will say, with their bad stand-up. Although we love Sarah Ramirez. This is not Sarah Ramirez slander. We love Sarah Ramirez. They are a genius and an icon, and it is unfortunate that they were involved in the show. Sarah Ramirez, also Ars Nova alum, I believe.
No way.
I think so. Well, at least has come to multiple shows, but I have to check my info on that one. May not be true. Yeah, weight is lifted when you realize that life does not get worse with age. It is, listen, life gets better with age. When I talk to some of these trans girls in their 20s, I'm like, just hold on, sister. It's just getting good. It's about to get so good for you. Your 30s are like your 20s with superpowers, and I cannot wait for my 40s, truly. Ars Nova is awesome. Ars Nova is the best theater in New York City, bar none. I will go to the mattresses for Ars Nova, and I would have before I worked there. That's the only reason I worked there, is that it's true. Yeah, my early 20s, what a disaster. What was I up to? Someone, Chelsea knows, and should never tell anyone. It was a really, really big mess.
I mean, I wasn't at my finest in my early 20s either, but, that's sort of what it's for.
We were having having fun, though. I have to say, nobody was having more fun than the two of us.
How is? Thank you so much, Emmett. How is French House? Hot. I'll be honest with you. I'm not loving it in this exact moment because it's hot with it's not usually humid. You usually pick a struggle, but today it is very hot and 80% humidity. And I just feel truly disgusting. I nearly passed out early in the stream because I was very dizzy because of how hot and sweaty it was. Now it's a little better. Yes, we've been friends for almost 12 years.
Yeah.
It's
God. Flew by.
Emmett, I would say that the Netherlands is more than a few hours north of where I am. Where I am is it's on the Mediterranean essentially, so we're kind of far from you.
Hannah, matching donuts, 100 in donations. People, come on. My favorite game consoles to repair. Guys, I love Game Boys. If you need a Game Boy fixed, that is the best days of my year. I really like fixing old Sega machines. I have an affinity for GameCubes. I prefer handhelds, but I will fix any old game console I can get my hands on, and I will upgrade it. If anybody wants tips, I can make it chargeable, wireless, give it a new screen. Love Game Boys.
Reminder for anyone who missed it, Henna is matching the next $100 in donations. She is referring to, she runs a truly, truly amazing travel newsletter called Departures. It's an awesome newsletter and departures. I don't want to misspeak, but it's a really wonderful newsletter about travel that talks super nitty gritty about the finances of it and the logistics of it and everything. Singular. Sorry. But anyway, she has really been building that newsletter, and she's got some really great partnerships this year that are so deserved, because as someone who consumes a fair amount of travel content, hers is definitely a cut above. So, oh my God. What?
$100 from Lexi, $20 from K Badger. What?
Oh, well, there you go, Henna. Hell yeah. Thank you both so much. This is amazing. Yay. No, of course. It's so deserved. Okay, we're getting close with Henna's donation. We will be very close to the 11,000 mark. And like I said, I'm going to take us over the edge there so that we don't have too much distance to make up. Oh my God, we got a subscriber of Departure. Thank you, Henna.
Everyone's talking about their favorite, or someone asked about favorite first ladies. Everybody loves Eleanor, but I gotta say, shout out to Betty Ford. Love Betty Ford. Abigail Adams too, Abigail Adams.
I'm not as brushed up on my first lady lore, I should be honest, but I mean, I'm always inclined to go with Jimmy and Rosemary Carter.
Yes, my favorite president by far, Jimmy Carter. Bring it back.
Yeah. I was reading an article about this recently, by which I mean I was watching a YouTube video, but it was basically was Jimmy Carter our most ethical president? And Can you see me now?
Oh, you're back.
Okay. Hey, what did I miss?
Robert dropped another fat stack of $1,000.
$1,000? Oh my gosh! This is crazy. Robert, now you gotta let me and Sabrina hang out with you.
You gotta, Robert.
We want to hang out. Oh my gosh.
Everyone wants us to get back to Jimmy Carter, but we will once we celebrate Robert, who is still alive and still doing great work.
This is
And
unbelievable.
shout out Radiant Tangent.
I have to get a chair and my water, and then this is incredible, Robert. Thank you so much.
Robert, you missed nothing because everyone's streams went out temporarily there. But we're back, and we are bowled over by your generosity. It is something to behold in real time. Thank you so much. Mona's hosting the live stream. Thank you, Mona. Now we're really going to make some money. Now that Mona's at the helm. I always say Mona reminds me more of a cartoon dog than a real dog. Hi, Mark. And Mark's here too. Honorary First Lady Mark. Jimmy Carter did not start the CIA. Just to put a pin in that. He worked to reform the CIA. He did not start the CIA.
Not the Jimmy Carter slander hour.
Not after $1,000 from Robert. We can't have this. Robert can't stand for this.
Robert, this is incredible. This is so generous. We're so moved. Now, we know about you a lot, but can you tell us a fun fact about you? Hold on, let me, I'm trying to like,
Someone's asking if I would ever dye my hair. I had a long era of having red hair. Then I had blonde hair, and then I had pink hair for a while. And we are so close to going back to blonde. If Chelsea can't stop me, we're going to do it.
Thank you, Anonymous, for £1. £1. A single pound. Also, I'm just like going back through the live chat. This is amazing, Robert. We really want, can this just turn into a Taryn, $257. Oh my gosh, 12K. All right, let me go put in
12K.
Let me go put in another donation.
We're at 12K. This is crazy.
We're getting there. All right, I'm doing another hundo.
Thank you to everybody, but thank you to the TFD team for doing this. Like,
oh my gosh, our pleasure.
This is crazy.
We love doing these
fundraisers. Robert a pizza. I'm going to hand make Robert a pizza. Hi, Alex. Good to see you.
Hi, Alex. Welcome. We're getting so close. All right, let's see if that works.
Robert's right. Donate.
Yes, donate. Robert has been so unbelievably generous. The more we can match Robert's vibe, match Robert's freak, if you will, the closer we will get to our 15K. I thought we were going to need until, oh, thank you so much, sweetie. That really touches my heart. Okay, that was me, another €100. Also at TFD Finance Manager, aka Heather. Hi everyone. You're very sweet. Yes, no, Robert needs no pizzas, just donations to the Rainbow Railroad. Sabrina, you want to take this turn of giving the spiel of what we're raising money for?
Yes, Rainbow Railroad is an incredible organization that helps with cash and finances for LGBTQ people in need, specifically helps trans people relocate, which is how I learned about their work, actually through Canada's Drag Race. And that is vitally necessary right now. Changing states from a red state to a blue state is as big as changing countries within the US. There are whole states on do not travel lists for trans people that we really can't go to, let alone live in. And moving can be an enormous lift. It can be incredibly difficult. It is one of the hardest things a person can do, along with having a kid, going through an illness, and having someone there in a time of need for a really underrepresented community who has a hard time getting the financial earning potential of cis people. This is changing lives. $12,118 will change people's lives. We are sitting here right now saving people. So if you can donate and support that, please do. They are the real deal. They are the real deal. And yeah, Canada's Drag Race. Shout out Canada's Drag Race for being the best drag race. Shout out to Brooklyn Heights. And they did a wonderful episode where they really highlighted the work that Rainbow made me cry. Chelsea famously has never seen Drag Race except the episode I made her watch in Miami.
It was not a very good episode.
Of course, that ever aired of Drag Race, and she was like, "Honey, what is this show?" $20 donation.
Another $20 donation. Thank you. A massive campaign with Rainbow in 2024. So let's see if I can go bug it. Yes, please go bug them.
Yeah, $10,000 is enough to move one queer person to safety. So we just changed and saved a life, and we can do more.
Hell
$20
yeah.
from Lauren. Thank you, Lauren.
Thanks again, Lauren. You've been so generous. Thank you. And as a reminder, if you have questions and you've donated, please make sure that we answer them. Go ahead and remind us. The chat's gone a little fast at moments, so it's not always easy to keep up 100%, but
17% pointing out that yes, some states have created lists of trans people, and getting us out of those states is massively important.
$10 from Anonymous. Thank you.
Thanks, Anonymous. Okay, more about Jimmy Carter. I love Jimmy Carter because Jimmy Carter was ethical. Jimmy Carter was kind. Jimmy Carter did not finish his presidential run with a Netflix deal. He finished it by building houses by hand, which is what men should be doing, in my opinion. They should not be posting. Men should be out building posts. And Jimmy Carter lived that life his entire life. And I mean, we're talking about housing here. Jimmy Carter, all through my teenage years and my 20s, I did work with Habitat for Humanity. I'm very dangerous with a hammer, but I did what I could. I used to go to summer camp, actually, to Habitat for Humanity, and we would stay at Stony Brook University all summer, and a bunch of teens would go out and help build houses, and it was life-changing, and that's all due to Jimmy Carter's work. He did cameo on King of the Hill, which is way better than a Netflix deal.
Nothing's wrong with Mona.
From Alley Cat.
We just have someone here right now in the garden, so she's activated. Bring Mona in for a cameo to celebrate Alley Cat donating $20. Okay.
How do we feel about LBJ? Yeah, Vietnam, not a great choice, but he does have some wins under his belt.
Yay, I got a really, really cute, very, very cute little screenshot of that. Yes, guard dog status.
Yeah, Mona is a cartoon. I have investigated this in person. Mona is not real. Mona was created by Pixar.
Let me tell you who she's not Disney coded with, and that is little children who are running after her. Robert!
Another $100. This is unbelievable.
Robert, my goodness. We all need to get into the cybersecurity industry is what I'm learning. This is unbelievable. Lots of really cool people. My husband has historically worked in the data security space, so he knows many a cool data security person. He says, I don't know, Robert, if you agree with this, but he always said that they sort of went one of two ways, that they were like really sort of like gun obsessed conservative, or like they were just like kind of cool anarchy lefties, and kind of very little in the middle of those two. I don't know if that's been your experience, but that's my husband's assessment of the industry.
Amber, $20 Canadian. Thank you, Amber.
Thank you so much.
Shout out to Canada for doing a great job with trans people in general.
Oh, a fellow Chelsea, you are famously good at actually completing projects, books, etc. Do you have any diabolical tips for those of us that struggle to finish projects? My number one motivator is that I'm pretty externally motivated. So I usually tell people about it, at least in a small inner circle, because then I'm like, then I feel embarrassed and like a failure if I don't. Like this fundraiser is an example. Like I prefer to do live stream fundraisers like twice a year.
Thank
you.
$100.
Thank you.
Someone asked, which Broadway shows do I think deserve more love? I'm gonna answer this question in a very specific way and say that Broadway shows, while I am very happy they employ people, do not need more love. Broadway shows in general, there is a much higher chance of them getting things done. What needs your love is off-Broadway, institutional theater, nonprofit theater, and off-Broadway shows happening in basements and Bushwick. Off-Broadway is the place where actual theater can happen, represented voices happen. And if you want to support a show, check out For Henrietta, which is by Lisa Stephen Friday. It is an amazing, amazing show about a trans woman and the trans experience, and it stars known icon. Do you guys know about Bernie, who is the voice of the MTA, who recently did an interview with our beautiful mayor, Mamdani? Bernie is a genius, icon, trans elder, and supports more love. We need to support and show more love to trans people in off-Broadway spaces.
I think Taryn might have donated to us instead of the thing. I'm not sure if that was intentional, but either way, we want to make sure to pass that along if so. So if Heather's in the chat, yes, thank you so much. This is way too generous. But if Heather is in the chat or someone can grab her, we want to make sure to pass that $100 back into the fundraiser. So all the resources from this are going to the charity, and that way we can get close to 12,500. Thank you. Yes, again, thank you so much for donating so much. And yes, Bernie is an icon.
Someone's asking about, or Emmett is asking about The Danish Girl. I will say The Danish Girl is the best of movies that hire cis people to play trans people, which they should not be doing. Trans people should be playing trans people. But if you're gonna get somebody, you can't go wrong with The Danish Girl. Eddie Redmayne ate that. That is a great movie. Do we need more movies not about trans trauma? Who can say? I will. We do. But if you're gonna watch a movie about trans trauma and you're gonna watch a movie starring a cis person, I love The Danish Girl. I think it's worth watching the movie. It is a very good movie, but the book is superior, as always. The Outsiders. We love The Outsiders. Yeah, that Harry Potter show is actually really bad. Here's the thing about J.K. Rowling. She's not a good writer. Like, are the Harry Potter books dopamine-inducing and very charming and certainly addictive for kids? Definitely, and I'm glad that people read. But the actual writing is not good, and that's proven out by she wrote the screenplays for the Fantastic Beasts series, and those are famously unreadable screenplays. And the Broadway show that she didn't write is also terrible. I mean, the special effects are great, and like they cast really great actors, but your money is going directly towards the opposite of what Rainbow Railroad does. So we really we hate J.K. Rowling and all her works. Six is great. We love Six. And Dylan Mulvaney was just doing a run in Six and did a wonderful job. Dylan Mulvaney is great on a stage.
I have not seen The Prince.
I have not seen The Prince either, but we support Abigail creating trans stories, and I should check it out. I can't believe I haven't seen it. That's kind of shocking. But
Have you, Robert?
Love Sense8. Love the Wachowskis. Can't talk enough about the Wachowskis. Sense8 deserved better.
Mark, she's getting really overheated, but she wants to sit with me. Can you take her into a cooler room, please?
I will shout out there. Harry Potter did do a great job of getting me to read too as a kid, but there are better series. I mean, and I don't just say that because of who she is. I personally love the Young Wizards series by Diane Duane, and I spent my entire time in France rereading them, actually. So funny that this came up.
Oh my gosh, thank you.
Society.
Thank you to a member joining. We actually, for those in the chat who are members, we're actually changing up. Thank you, Anonymous. We're changing up some of our member benefits going into the fall to kind of better suit what we're looking for. We're going to keep doing some of them like my newsletter. We're going to do podcasts and everything. But one of the things we want to change is rather than having a straight up book club, we're going to do a monthly discussion club where we pick like a topic that is like really trending amongst our community. And we give you a short reading list / viewing list and a list of questions like thought starters. And then we just kind of come together and have a little Viennese salon so that we can talk about things, because I think we've gotten the feedback that sometimes book clubs can be overwhelming because you don't have time to read the whole thing. And then you feel like you just like don't have, enough to contribute. So we're doing a little discussion group. So I'm very interested in seeing how that plays out. All right, we are at $12,363. I have 2 more matches to make. We just thank you, Alex.
Thank you for 37.
We just got to 12,400. We are starting to round the corner. Is Anita back? Oh my gosh, hi. Thank you. Anita, our queen of TFD, Anita is matching up to $20 or $200 rather, matching up to $200. We can get over 13K really, really soon if we're donating.
$20 Canadian from Gentle River. I don't know your actual name because I can't see it, but thank you so much.
Thank you,
Canada.
Robert.
We love you. Robert again.
Robert, I'm like almost nervous to ask how much you've given at this point.
Robert personally changing lives, literally.
This is amazing. So we're at 157. So we need another. Well, there we go. We're done. We've crossed the $200 threshold for Anita to match. So she's going to come in and match that. And then we'll be really, really close to the $13,000 mark. This is so exciting, guys.
Wow, guys, $20 more.
This is so exciting. I know. You guys are so wonderful. You're really changing lives. This is so exciting. And just as a reminder, every single dollar goes right to the charity. YouTube pays the fees. So there's not even fees taken. It is what you see is what you get. I think we're going to do it. We're going to send $15,000 today to go help people get to safety.
This is crazy. Sorry, I almost just started cursing on the screen.
You're allowed to curse. Fuck.
But fuck, guys, this is crazy. Conversation that Chelsea and I had in a moment of frustration and panic, and it just turned into something so beautiful. I'm really overwhelmed, everybody. This is beautiful.
We're gonna get very, very close. We have a match coming soon, and then we have a few more. We do need Robert. I'm just kidding. All the love for the he, she.
Days and not today's. Love it.
I can't believe this. You guys, when this live stream started, it was crickets. It was really scary. And I was like, ooh, this is going to be a really dark night of the soul. I did not think we were going to get here. And now we might even hit 15,000 before the end of what I had planned for, which is crazy. We are now rounding the corner at 5 hours of live stream. I don't know. This is I think this every time I do one of our charity live streams, but those streamers who are doing it 24/7, I'm just like, what is going on?
Give me those galaxies. Give me those galaxies.
Oh my God. No, I totally understand, Emmett. Yeah, this morning was rough. I was at the brink of heat stroke. I was crying. I was like, this isn't, no one cares. Hassan Biker's a lunatic. Okay, we've got another offer to match the next $100. We've got Anita matching 200, and now we've got someone, our beloved Luke Rosario, I hope I'm saying that right, matching the next $100. So can someone get us to $100 for a nice match? And then I will do, after Anita and Luke's matches, I will do the next match.
I will be right back, guys. I need to take a second. But
Go take a second.
Keep it going.
Robert.
Again. Oh my God, now I do need a second. Robert. Wow.
Oh, did she already? Whoops. Okay. It looks like Anita's already matched. Okay, cool. All right, then I'm going to do the next match. Robert, this is crazy. Yes. Okay, so I'm going to match the next 100 as well after this. And there we go. We got the match in from Luke. We're losing track of, yeah, I think that's something with the cameras reacting off of each other. The little pink waves. It's kidding. So many generous people. Yes. We are very close.
We're so close, guys.
166. All right, I'm going in behind. All right, we're over 13. We're over 13,000. Another donation, another club, bus, train, whatever the thing is.
Yeah, I can just do that, guys. Wow, guys, we're over 13K. This is unbelievable.
Oh my God, Alex, that was you. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. Damn. What music are we listening to right now? I will take this opportunity just to promote some trans artists and tell you how much I love Jane Remover. I know many people are fans, but man, Jane Remover really does it like no one else. I'm also listening to Kim Petras. I'm listening to Underscores, another trans artist. And honestly, not trans, but honorary trans. We love Olivia Rodrigo. We love the new Madonna. Meg Stelter is an absolute genius. And my favorite band, Boy Throb. We support Boy Throb because we support immigration. Future Simone was good too, if you want to talk about platforming trans people. And Phoebe Bridgers, not trans, but certainly supports the trans community with some bops. Oh, Transition book, Rex. Oh my God, hold on. I'm going to make a giant list for you. I have so many. Where's my phone? Okay, my video is going to knock out for a second so that I can read you so many good titles from trans artists. Let's see. I just read Trans Witch, which is a romance novel, genre novel, which was very fun and cute. What else? Chef's Choice by TJ Alexander and A Lady for All Seasons by TJ Alexander. Two more romance novels that are great. Love TJ Alexander. Light from Uncommon Stars was amazing. What else? I read so much trans. Almost Perfect by Brian Catcher was really great. I love Paul Takes the Form of a Mortal Girl by Andrea Lawler. All the Birds in the Sky by Charlie Jane Anders. Little Fish by Casey Platt. Birthday by Meredith Russo. Mad Honey by Jodi Picoult and Jennifer Finney Boylan. We love Jennifer. Luna by Julianne Peters. She's Not There is a great nonfiction book. As is Teesler by Laura Jane Grace, although problematic figure, a great book. Detransition Baby by Tori Peters. I loved Page Boy by Elliot Page. Sovereign and Dreadnought by April Daniels are great superhero reads for YA teens or adults who love to read their books. And I will always shout out Julia Serrano and Juno Dawson. And I'm going to cut it off there, but there's a lot of trans writers that you should support. We write great books and we have stories to tell that nobody else is telling right now. So many donations while I was talking. $20 from Anonymous, $5 from AF, $160 from Anita, $210 from Mara. Wow, Mara. Guys, we are rocketing towards the goal. We are so close, it's crazy.
This is so exciting. Thank you so much, Mara. Thank you, Anita. I cannot believe that we have come this far in what initially seemed like a truly lost cause. Thank you so much. Also, it is so funny that because of the way the cameras are reacting to each other, Sabrina's image is like shooting out pink, like rainbow bolts.
That's so cool. And also, yeah, no, that's just me.
That's just you.
I'm happy.
All right, I have one more match to give. I have one more batch to give that I budgeted for, but I'm going to wait to deploy it. Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, also, if you listen to audiobooks, listen, Audible will sucker you in with a deal, but use Libro.fm. It supports your local bookstore, and they are DRM free, so you can take those audiobooks and do whatever you want with them, as unlike Audible, who keeps them locked up behind a lock and key and is a part of the problem in general.
Please do not get down on yourself donating anything is huge. $20 is amazing. Like every dollar counts. Every dollar counts. Another 103.
103.
Chicago, honestly. Share a dog because I'm fine.
I have to go to Portillo's.
Listen, I'm never in search of a reason to go to Portillo's. I'll say that much. Voltairion is
High Books in Bushwick is an amazing LGBTQ bookstore in New York. I very, very much recommend.
Yes,
Carmen
Voltairion.
Sandiego or Lara Croft.
Voltairion, please introduce yourself to the class.
I would say Carmen Sandiego because that diva knows how to dress, but no offense to Lara Croft, who does great work out there with her guns and her stealing of artifacts. Carmen Sandiego, by the way, very doll-coded. I would believe a trans reading of Carmen Sandiego, as would I of Miss Frizzle from the Magic School Bus. That is a trans diva, if there ever was one.
Oh, thank you. Very sweet.
Gladys Bookstore, shout out, Black lesbian woman owned and operated. Yes. Woo. Jilly Bean, $5. Thank you, Jilly Bean.
Thanks, Jilly Bean. Yes, but we don't have a time for it. It may end up being the first week of October. I want to host a party for the author of my favorite novel is releasing her sophomore novel, and I love it as well. And so I want to host a party for her in New York City, but I'm going back and forth with the publisher on just details for it, but I'll be able to send it out soon. Yes.
Love Elizabeth Banks.
Yes, we saw each other at Williams-Sonoma in Chicago. That was a very, 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 very fun event. It felt like a house party in there, honestly, with the food and the drinks and so many people.
Yeah, a lot of shout outs for great queer bookstores in New York. New York is a wonderful place to be a queer person, and many people would like to relocate here for just that reason. They would love to visit non-binary and they can't because they are trapped in places that are really hard to live in, that make it almost impossible to interact with the actual world. And Rainbow Railroad does an incredible job. Anonymous just donated $180 to it. Rainbow Railroad relocates trans people, queer people in really dire circumstances in states where we can't even travel, let alone live, and helps them at the hardest time in their life do something really difficult. And I want to say trans people have already been through one of the most traumatic and difficult experiences a person can go through. Not just being trans, but actually transitioning and coming out is incredibly difficult. You rip every part of your life apart. I was in a very lucky position because I was out as non-binary. I lived in New York. I had so many supportive friends. My family was going to get on board. And it was still the hardest thing I have ever done besides one breakup. And I have to say, like, it is an even bigger lift to come out of the closet, to struggle in your entire life, and then to have to pick up everything you know and move after you just let go of everything you know about yourself. Really difficult, really, really difficult. And Rainbow Railroad is one of the places that can make that survivable for people. And we are definitely changing at least one person's life with just the cash here today, let alone the awareness. And I want to shout out Chelsea for talking about these issues as an influencer. There is literally nobody stepping up to the plate for us right now, and to put yourself on the line is a huge deal.
Robert,
shut up!
Oh my God, Robert, what the heck?
Robert,
what the heck, Robert? This is crazy. This is crazy. I cannot believe this, Robert. Reveal yourself. Reveal yourself. Alex, thank you.
Alex took us over the line. Alex, thank you. We did it. 15K to Rainbow Railroad.
And we did it with 2 hours less than I thought we would. And again, anyone who was in the chat this morning remembers how bleak of a place it was. I'm going to go run up the score. I had a little bit left that I had budgeted to donate, so I'm going to go put that in. So we can just keep, if anyone wants to run up the score while we're still ending the chat. Robert, this is, I mean, we don't know who you are. Perhaps we will one day meet you as another NYC resident. I have your email, so we'll be at minimum sending you an edible arrangement. We'll make sure it's vegan so that you can enjoy it. I'm going to go donate the rest of my budget. And I just like could not be more thrilled. Like I can't even tell you like how much this was not seeming hopeful at all this morning. Mark can attest. I was all but crashing out. I was really, really depressed this morning because I thought no one was going to donate.
Oh man, people are pouring in right now.
Oh my God, Mark, you'll match the next 500. Oh my God, Mark, that is so sweet.
Thank you, Mark.
I can't, it's true. I can't leave while donations are rolling in. I physically can't. This is so nice. This is so, so nice. Yes, Mark is a real winner. He is that guy. And I just love all the emojis going off in the chat. Diva behavior, as always. That's my man, Mr. TFD coming in strong. That's his name. That's his government name.
Say it would have been, though fate worse than death with Kelsey not to be able to find someone who can match her freak on being a great person and an awesome spouse. And Mark does that every day. Mark is like family to me too. And I have to say thank you, Mark, for everything, but also for this. Mark really is that guy. You're 6'4" king. Yes.
Listen, do you know one time my friend was like, oh my God, you're catching strays in my comment section. And I was like, what? I was like freaking out. I was like really nervous. And I was like, what are you talking about? And so I called him and he was like, yeah, someone was like, you mentioned being a Capricorn almost as much as Chelsea mentions her husband being 6'4". And I was like, well, that's allowed. All right, Robert.
Another 143 from Robert. Holy crap, guys.
Hold on, muting myself for a second. Oh my God. I am talk about someone who's really low on the cybersecurity front. I was like, Mark, not you being doxxed in the chat. And Mark was like, it's my handle. But yes, that is his last name. And anyone can feel free to go cyberstalk. 6'4" is worth mentioning. And listen, they're right. I do mention it. So we're up to 143. As a reminder, my wonderful husband is matching up to the next 500. So we can end at 16K, which would be just such a treat after a day that started in the depths of hell, being like, no one's even going to be on this chat, let alone donate to it. So I could not be truly more thrilled to see everyone showing up. And Robert, again, I mean, it goes without saying at this point, Robert is everyone's bestie, mother, cousin, aunt, like everyone, like you are everything to all of us, Robert.
AF with another $5.
Oh my God.
Oh my God, Robert.
Oh my God.
Robert.
We're over 500. You got to come in and make the donation. Mark is trying to make the donation. Robert, this is now listen, nobody on this planet is the K-shaped economy is real. Mark, it just came in with 500. And also the K-shaped economy is real. And this part of the K is Robert. Wow, guys.
Holy crap.
This is amazing. And I have to say, again, thank you, Anonymous, another $40. Thank you, everyone. I'm just so, Bruce Wayne, I agree. The hero Gotham needs. Thank you guys so much for sticking around. Those who've been here for 5 hours and 12 minutes. I don't know if there's any of you, but thank you so much for coming. Thank you for just showing up. This is such an important charity that does such important work. And, the donations are continuing to roll in. I am going to, wait, no, is my connection unstable? No. Hello? Oh no.